if you're not subscribed, why are you not subscribed? I would really, really, really love to have you as a power subscriber. If you really like my content, be sure to become a dragonfly, and that's our membership, and it's $2.99 a month. I release all my videos early. We have special emojis over in the chat room. I kind of share things ahead of time with my dragonflies, and I go live sometimes just for the dragonflies. It's a way that I can support you guys and give you more content, and it's a way for you to support our channel. It's $2.99 a month, and I would love to have you. Hi guys, welcome to Parawomenradio. I'm Amy. Okay, we're going to go right into a live court trial that is happening in Michigan. It is Linda Stermer, the lovely lady accused of a few minor mishaps like beating her husband, setting him and their house on fire, and, just running him over with the family van afterwards. She's getting another shot at proving her innocent. Despite being sentenced to life in prison in 2018, Linda managed to charm a federal judge into granting her release on a measly $10,000 bond. Now in her new trial, she gets to enjoy the company of a fire investigator and a former cellmate as they share their delightful stories and secrets about Linda. So all we have to say is good luck, Linda, because we don't believe you. So here we go. We're going to go right into it. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, Junie? Also, I've got a little bird that's very talkative today. So I'm just warning everyone. When we do the daytime lives, you get me and the June bug, Cashy.
The top.
Jay, how about over by the master bedroom? You said that he was over there and there was a lot of fire there. Do you use any space heaters, electric portable heaters? L, we used to. We used to have an kerosene heater up there on the floor. And when we were, forced working on it and that, J. Okay, when you were building, L, yeah. L, but we didn't have, they're in the shed or in the semi. One of the two, we didn't. J, how long has it been since you've used a kerosene heater in there? L, oh, since last winter.
I'm going to stop you. If you could go to the top of page 67.
L, one of the Mathanes, I'm sure. Those are the only people I remember seeing when I was laying on Todd. That's when Mr. Masali came and then announced something about being a trained medic. And then he told me his name, but I don't remember hearing. I just remember hearing that I'm a trained medic
And then I'm going to have you go to page 68. And after the blacked out section, if you could read from there, just the next 4 sections.
Okay, J. And then electricity, of course, was on at the time. You don't. L. J. Have any gas? L. No. J. And now, have you had problems with the wiring since you built the house? Tripping breakers, plugs that you plug in and nothing happens? L. No. He made sure everything was on plenty of circuits.
I'm going to stop you there. If you can go to the next page, page 69. About a third of the way down on J, if you could start with all right.
J. All right. How about problems? You said the furnace that every now and then you have to bleed the lines because they get air in it. L. Yeah. J. L. I'm not sure if it was because of the air. I know that Todd had said that might have been one of the problems because the way the copper tubing is supposed to come down inside of the tank and he said that the guy was real ding-a-ling and that he did it the first time around. And then someone from Bangor, so he had someone else come out, but I have one winter, we had them come out like 6 times just from Fleetwoods. And then he called through Fields a couple times, and then he figured it out himself how to.
And maybe skip down to the last sentence of the page and read that, continue on to the next.
Jay, about how often this year, we'll say this winter, L, we haven't used the heat hardly at all this winter. We had, L, yeah, and it's been so warm, so it doesn't kick on much. And with him putting the insulation in the attic, I don't even remember whether it was this spring or this summer, but it just,
And I'm just going to have you skip down then to the 5th one up where it says J, now the candle's burning.
J, now the candle's burning. We talked about the small oil lamps on the half wall, and then the candle, that was on the bar, L, bar, J, and that would have been it, L, yeah. J, how about smokers?
I'm going to have you go to page 71 at the top.
L, no, not ever in the house. My mom can't even smoke in the house.
I'll have you continue on.
J, now who's the smoker? Is Todd a smoker? No, never really. He just occasionally, if he went hunting with all the guys, he'd have a L, oh, what do you call a celebratory cigar or something, but no. J, you don't think smoking is the cause of the fire? L, no, definitely not. We don't even own any ashtrays.
I'm going to stop you there. If you could go to page 74. And I'll have you then start with the third, or the third section down, any flammable liquids.
Start where?
The second J from the top of the page. So it'd be like the third line down.
Okay. Yeah, the L, yeah. J, where would
Let's
that?
go up a little higher. Start
Oh.
out with any flammable liquids, please.
Oh, okay, yep, J. Any flammable liquids stored inside the house, any gasoline, kerosene. I think you mentioned that with the oil lamps, you had some lamp oil. L, yeah. J, where would that have been stored at? L, underneath the sink in the kitchen, occasionally in our bedroom. Todd would leave the bottle on the nightstand or by the nightstand. You know, if he had filled it up, in the furnace room, when he'd bleed it out, he didn't always take out and dump it back into the tank. Sometimes there would be a 2-liter bottle where he had, done that. J, but that would be left in the L, basement. J, furnace room. L, furnace room, yeah. J, now when he bleeds it out normally, is that it? He just bleeds it into a bottle or something?
And I'm going to have you go ahead and go to page 76 and just read me the single sentence, the second sentence down.
The second line
Second
down?
sentence starting, it's L, under L, starting with Todd.
L, Todd and I were here, the only ones home.
I'm going to have you now flip to page 78. And I'm going to have you skip the J section, the one at the top, the J at the top, and just start with the L.
L, I don't think we had insurance though. Todd told me that he didn't pay the insurance and it was due in December. J, and now is that the homeowners? L, yes, and L, they have to investigated everything anyways, but I don't think that, see, we had got gotten really behind on our bills and our mortgage, and we're in foreclosure over this summer. We had borrowed against the life insurance. Todd borrowed $25,000 from his sister overseas to buy some gloves for his business.
I'm going to stop you there. And I'm going to have you flip over to page 81. And go ahead and just start then with the paragraph at the top, the L. Perfect. Honestly, we don't have that many pages, Your Honor. We're on 81 out of 90. So if the court wants, we can just finish up these 9, and I don't think there's everything on all 9 pages.
Yeah. Start with the
Yes, please.
L, I know that Todd's mom can confirm this, that if you had to ask her, but last year I had asked her to please not loan Todd any more money, that it just kept him from going out and, you know, us being self-sufficient. And he owes her I owe her a great sum of money. So when he asked her this last time to borrow money, she sent him in the direction of his sister because she didn't have any more money to loan him. I think that we owe Sandy several $1,000s, and
I'm going to have you stop, and if you could skip down just a few lines to the L, I think it was.
L, I think it was $30,000.
And I'll have you continue there.
J, and then he's into his sister for 25. L, and his brother recently that between the two of us, life insurance policies, we might have enough to take care of everybody. But you know, Todd has been depressed off and on, but he refused to take any medication since we lived on the other side of Lawrence, because our insurance company dropped his prescription insurance because Todd said it was because he was on antidepressants and they felt he was, you know, so he refused to take any antidepressants ever again. He got mad at me when I find out that I went on some recently. Asked me what the heck kind of stress did I have. I didn't owe anybody any money. It was him that, so, you know, his mom and I have talked about him being depressed, you know, off and on.
I'll have you go to page 82.
And start at the top.
If you can start at the last sentence on the top paragraph of J, is there anything?
J, it was in the room.
Oops, I'm sorry. Top paragraph, J, last sentence.
J, it wasn't fire coming out of the fireplace.
I'm going to stop you again. Go up to the top, J.
Oh, top J.
Paragraph, last sentence.
J, he was obviously on fire. Is there anything up there that could start the fire? L, the fireplace was the only thing I could think of, but it wasn't. I ran up almost to the fireplace. The fire came from our bedroom direction towards me, towards the fireplace. So it wasn't the fireplace. I know that it wasn't the fireplace. J, it wasn't fire coming out of the fireplace or the pipes or along the ceiling or anything. It was L, no, it. J, it was in the room. L, I came from the basement. The pipes are there and the wall. And J, could he have had fuel on him? L, I took him juice. I would have smelled it. J, and then when you took him juice, he was sitting in the recliner. L,
I'm going to stop you there. If you can go to page 83, about a third of the way down, the J that starts with okay.
J, okay, would it be normal for him if he wore clothes? Well, let's say Saturday when he was bleeding the furnace, if he had gotten oil on him, would he have worn those same clothes all night? Inaudible. L, no. J, he was a little neater than that. Oh, J, he was a little neater than that. L, he was a pretty boy. L, if he spilled a tiny bit on him, I mean, yes, L, but not a lot.
I'm going to have you go to page 84 and just read 3 lines for me under about right before the blacked out portion. And L, he had a temper.
L, he had a temper. He had a real bad temper. And he said that he never hit me, but he could bruise me without his fists. I mean, he hit me with a fishing reel one time.
I'm going to have you go to page 85, middle of the page on L, where it says somebody from work.
L, somebody from work had called to see about getting some concert tickets that I had won. And he got mad because a man called my cell phone and the police came. I think J, yeah, L told you that. J.
And I'm going to have you skip down to the very last L paragraph and read that.
L, no, I mean, the kids were everything to him. I just can't imagine that, that he would, knowing we don't have insurance, and I mean, his sister was supposed to raise the kids, so I don't know. I keep going over this in my mind and trying to figure out, and the only thing I can figure out is if we were both supposed to go. I mean, he told me a long time ago, like.
I'm going to have you go to the next page and just read the top paragraph.
Around Thanksgiving time, that he'd been, he reads the Bible a lot, and he told me this week that he couldn't divorce me because if a man divorces a woman and even if she gets remarried or sees someone else or whatever, that the man causes her to commit adultery, then that man is equally responsible for the sin. And so he couldn't divorce me. I had to divorce him in order for it to be right with the Lord. And he told me around Thanksgiving time, well, it must have been earlier in November when I went to the lawyer. It really scared me then because he had said that he was waiting for a sign from God to see which one of us was supposed to go.
And I'm going to have you go to page 89. And under the one paragraph, the J, it says anything else that you can think of.
J, anything else that you can think of? I realize this is difficult, but trying to put the thing in, and what I'm looking at now is wiring, plumbing, furnace, and trying to put together to come up with a logical explanation of how we got that much fire that fast in the living room, where he's basically upstairs. And and like you said, medication he was on was antibiotics and stuff for an ear infection. Would he have been drinking at all that day? Would he have any alcohol in his system? No, I don't think so.
And we can stop there, Your Honor.
Morning break, about 15 minutes, jury. And remember to leave your notebooks in your chairs and also not to talk about the case with each other or anyone else. No media, no research of any kind.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to make a quick thumbnail for this. So this is the Michigan woman case. I was catching you up in the chat, letting you know what the case is all about. So prosecutors say Stermer set her husband Todd on fire, then hit him with the family's 1993 Ford van after he ran, still engulfed in flames from their home in the middle of the afternoon on January 2007. Police said that they found her husband's blood on the outside of her van. Prosecutors say that in their opening statements and This occurred in Van Buren County Circuit Court in Michigan. Defense attorney Skip Kelly told jurors Sterner was driving to get help because her phone was inside the burning home. So she said she was out driving and accidentally hit him because she couldn't get to a phone. And that Linda Stermer is the victim of a rush to judgment and a witch hunt by the original Van Buren County Sheriff detectives on the case. Stermer's husband died in their yard in Lawrence Township, the victim of a fire that burned most of his body. She was found guilty, but her original verdict was tossed out. She's been out on a $10,000 bond for like 6 years, I think. And now she is starting her new trial. And the prosecutors are like, ha ha, okay, now we've got a fire chief that's going to testify for us, and we've got one of your old cellmates. So let's see how you do now, Linda. So on day one, the prosecutors, so day one was 3/27/25. Prosecutor Susan Zudervin opens for the state, vowing to prove that Linda Stermer unalived her husband with premeditation, deliberately set the fire that unalived him, then lied to hide her infidelity and cover her tracks. So that's what prosecutors are saying is happening. So the defense attorney, Ronald Kelly, conceded that Stermer's marriage was in trouble, but that the fire that destroyed their family home was accidental, and that the investigation that followed was spurned by an insurance company looking to scapegoat their client to avoid paying the claim. Sandra Stermer, the defendant's mother-in-law, took the stand on that day to testify that in the aftermath of the fire that unalived her son, Linda told her 3 different ways she escaped from her burning home when she pressed her for what happened. Linda became so hysterical that she stopped asking. Neighbors testified about seeing the billowing smoke coming from the Stermer house, went to assist, and found Todd Stermer lying on the ground, face up, naked, barely breathing, and so badly burned that his ears and face were mutilated. Now, Michael Metheny, who lived on the property next to the Stermer house, drove to their home and observed Linda maneuver her van from the front of the back of the house. The defense claims she was trying to get help and Todd accidentally fell under the vehicle, but the state suggests she hit him on purpose. Now, the neighbor testified that the scene was chaotic when he arrived. He repeatedly asked Linda, okay, Junie, about the children and Todd. She did not answer at first, but then told him, there he is. He did not initially observe that Todd was lying on the ground nearly naked, prompting him to retrieve some clothes for him from his truck. Testimony from first responders and neighbors suggested Linda told conflicting stories about when and where she saw Todd during the fire and how she got out of the house. But defense attorneys suggest the inconsistent statements are the result of the chaos around the scene. So to emphasize the trauma that Linda suffered, the defense played the 911 call that Connie Calhoun, Metheny's girlfriend, made to 911. During the call, Linda appears to be hysterical. She is heard wailing and freaking out in the background. So that all went down on day one. Day two, which was yesterday, the 28th. Day one was the 27th. Neighbors Kim and Ken Thompson were asked to watch the van when they went to the Stermer house to see if they could help in any way. When they noticed blood on the driver's side fender, Kim Thompson thought something's not right. Kim Thompson testified Linda told her different things about what had happened. She had given Todd Benadryl because he had a cold and was sleeping, so he could not get out. She was doing laundry and heard something, then saw the fire and escaped through the basement without going to get help. Todd was smoking the herbal stuff and lit himself on fire. She saw Todd outside when she was going to get help. Linda never mentioned she struck Todd with the van. Ken Thompson testified that Linda appeared incoherent and was crying. When he asked Linda multiple times where the children were, she did not respond. And when he was going to go inside the house to check, she told him that the children were not in the home. Dr. Michael Markey, the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy on Todd Stermer, testified that the cause of death, okay, Junie, were thermal burns and smoke inhalation. On cross, he said they heard injuries and laceration and had lacerations to his arm and back are consistent with being struck by the van, but in his opinion, those injuries did not contribute to his death. He ruled the manner of death to be undeterminable from not homicide. Kim Darling, an investigator with the medical examiner's office, went to the scene and secured the body for autopsy. Todd Stermer was pronounced dead at the scene. She noted the smell of accelerant on the body. A judge ordered Connie Calhoun to remain in jail or post a $1,000 bond after she failed to respond to a subpoena to testify in Linda Stermer's murder trial. Calhoun, the girlfriend of Stermer's neighbor, Michael Metheny, called 911 the night of the fire. So that was day 2. And now we are up on day 3 of the trial. We just started. They are on a break. I saw that this case was happening and I quickly went live. So, let me pull something up so that we can take a look of the trial and see what others are saying. So let me do a quick search. How's everyone doing today? Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Leave some DNA and some love. Okay. How many of my subscribers have some form of connection to Michigan? Just curious. Ooh, is something happening? Something must be just happening in the court. All right. So, let's see. Oh, it's all right. So I'm trying to find something that's not just the trial, like something talking on the case. Let's try.
Of arson and the murder of her husband is telling her story for the first time in a 48 hours mystery. Authorities say Linda Stermer set her home on fire to kill her husband Todd, and then
I will keep the trial up in the background and we can watch a few things while we're waiting for them to come back from, they're on a break right now. It's Eastern time in Michigan, so it's like just 6 minutes before 11 a.m. in Michigan.
Ran him over with a van when he escaped the flames. She was sentenced to life in prison. Stermer later convinced a judge she did not get a fair trial and was released. Now, the Michigan Attorney General is fighting to reinstate her conviction. Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours investigates.
On the afternoon of January 7, 2007, the day her house went up in flames, Linda Stermer says she was doing laundry in the basement when she heard her husband Todd let out a scream and ran upstairs.
There just seemed to be fire.
Escaped through the front door.
Now that I see her without her white hair, her hair's all white and really beautiful now, silver.
Shoes or cell phone.
My first thought was to get out. Todd's going to get out.
She says that she was about to drive off for help. Todd did get out alive and that she tried to help him.
He's jumping around and he's patting himself. His skin is burnt terribly. I can't touch him. And so
To me, like if I were to be of the believing sort that she's guilty, that he actually did get out of the house and she was like, oh shit, he got out of the house and let me hit him with my van, sounds really horrific.
I get back in the van and I lost sight of him.
Linda, still, did you know you had run over your husband?
No.
But Todd's blood was found on the bumper and the undercarriage of the van. When emergency...
Do you think anybody has that kind of bad luck? I think
The table.
I think people actually do have that kind of bad luck, because I feel like I've had bad luck sometimes in my life. So like just one thing after another piles up and you're like, oh, you're kidding me. No, this can't happen. But I don't know. I have to look into her case a little bit more.
She did do it. She's a really good actress, Aaron.
I think you'll be surprised that this is actually not a whodunit. It's really, did it happen at all? Because really the question here is, was there a murder or was this really just a series of terrible accidents? That's what she says. The problem is, and there's nothing really to connect her to the arson. And arson is a very tough crime to prove anyway. But I believe that if her marriage had been perfect, she might not have even been tried at all. It's just the fact her own actions made her look so suspicious.
Yeah, and clearly some divide there in the family as well with the sons and her. But
I had never seen that before, where I went to talk to the daughters about their mother and then talk to the sons, and I thought I was talking about two different people.
yeah.
Wow.
All right, Aaron Moriarty, thank you very much. And you can see Aaron's full report, the death of Todd Stermer. That's tomorrow night at 10, 9 Central here on CBS.
Okay, so this was a 48 hours that was 5 years ago. And so we're going to be able to watch that. So, oh, wait, are we? No, I don't think. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube anywhere. No, I don't think it's up on YouTube. Let me see if it is up on YouTube. But we'll look at
Him over with their van.
That's Todd Stermer's sons talking to 48 Hours about the January 2007 murder of their father, allegedly at the hands of their mother, Linda. Documents obtained by Court TV lay out the prosecution theory of what happened. Linda was having an affair and Todd wanted a divorce. She spent the morning of the murder buying gas in cans and then sent the kids to the mall. She drugged Todd, according to the state, hit him on the head with a blunt object, doused him with gasoline, and lit him on fire. When he survived that and escaped the home, Linda was there and ran him over with his van. Linda's carpool buddy, Kate Fox, testified that Linda had told her that she spent years thinking about ways to get rid of Todd.
Did you have anything to do with his death?
Nothing whatsoever.
Linda's story was that she was in the basement doing laundry when she heard Todd scream from the living room. She said the smoke was too thick to reach Todd. So she ran outside, got in his van to go seek help. That is when she says Todd came running out.
Did you know you had run over your husband?
No.
Linda says Todd wouldn't get in the van, and she lost sight of him in the chaos. But prosecutors say she wanted to make sure he was dead. And in 2010, a jury agreed. Linda was convicted and sentenced to life without parole. Then, in 2018, Linda's conviction was overturned on the grounds that she didn't get a fair trial. She was released on $10,000 bond.
This is Linda Stermer.
Now she has a new attorney who is questioning whether the fire was even deliberately set and whether Todd's death ever should have been ruled a homicide.
So they're back. We're going to go back in. Okay, they're bringing the jury back in. That can take a few moments. So this is a Michigan woman case. She beat her husband. Prosecutors say set him on fire, set the house on fire. He escaped out onto the lawn.
You're
She
reminded
tried to
that
run
you're
him
still
over
under
with the
oath,
van.
okay?
She said
Thank
it
you.
was a series of
Ms.
mistakes.
Seiderbean?
She said her phone was in the house and she was driving the van to get help, and he ran out in front of her.
Mr. Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is day 3. If you're wondering what happened on day 1 and 2, I read off when we first went to break what happened on each day. You can go back and listen.
Mr. Shimsky, your appearance at the Stermer property was for what reason?
I was hired by Farm Bureau Insurance to conduct an investigation into the cause and origin of the fire.
And was that just based on the fact that someone had called and wanted to know the origin and the cause of the fire?
No, it would be very typical in a fire loss that an insurance carrier that covers a property would request an investigation to determine what happened.
Okay. And did you work with you said it was Farm Bureau?
Yes.
Yeah. And so you were on a contract basis with Farm Bureau, is that right?
Yeah, basically, yeah, they pay our hourly rates. We conduct our investigation. When we're completed, we send the reports, the documentation, and an invoice to Farm Bureau for the work that we did.
Okay. So you're billing Farm Bureau by the hour?
Yes.
And the company that you was working for, was it your company?
No. At that time, it was a company called Kirby Bailey and Associates, which was an independent investigative company.
Okay. And so your credentials were that you were a fire investigator, is that correct?
Yes.
But not an expert, right?
No, I've qualified and testified as an expert many times.
Okay. And do you have a particular specialty in reference to your investigation of fires?
I guess we do a fire investigation, the normal procedures, interview the occupants, homeowner, any witnesses, photograph the exterior, interior, do a scene examination, and then document what you did. Standard fire investigation.
But isn't the main reason why an insurance company would hire an investigator to determine the cause and origin of the fire is?
I'm going to object at this point. We're not entering Mr. Shinsky in as an expert. And so I think we're starting to get into expert questions and expert testimony.
Your Honor, I hadn't said anything about
Boy, this is a long break or a long going up to the court. Sorry, I'm still trying to work on that thumbnail, thinking that this would end in a second, and it's not ending. Oh, she cut her hair. I didn't even notice. She is probably not wanting to go back to prison.
So, Mrs. Shipsky, when you were retained by the insurance company, tell me, to this jury, exactly what they asked you to do, other than just saying origin and cause of fire, because obviously you spent a great deal of time at the location interviewing Linda Stermer.
Yes.
Now, what do they expect you to do when you go out on one of these retained contracts?
With any of the insurance companies, they would request with any of the companies that we've worked for, they would request a fire investigation, which would include interviews, if necessary, neighborhood canvass, witness interviews, homeowner interviews, photographs, floor plans, what you would do in a complete investigation. And that would be the same for every company that we work for, insurance or otherwise.
So your interviews, would that be interviews of individuals that were not part of the family?
In this case, no, I didn't conduct interviews outside of that.
So who all did you interview?
Linda Stermer,
And is she the only person that you interviewed?
yes,
The only person?
the only one that I can recall.
And in reference to the interviews pertaining to Ms. Stermer, you only communicated that information back to Farm Bureau, is that right?
It would have been in my report that went to Farm Bureau, yes.
You only communicated with Farm Bureau?
Pardon me?
Did you only communicate the information that you received from Ms. Stermer to Farm Bureau?
Possibly with the attorneys for Farm Bureau if they contacted me regarding the work, but I don't recall any other outside contacts or activity.
Are you sure?
I'm sitting here right now, I can't, yeah.
Well, did you have any communications in reference to your investigations with any law enforcement agency?
My first day on the fire scene, if I recall, I was going to look in my photos and didn't this weekend. I forgot about it, just to check the date. I believe I was there my first day, and the state police investigator, Scott Leroy, was there. And I believe there might have been someone from the sheriff's department. And I believe the MSP ran an accelerant canine in the home.
Okay, Mr. Shimsky, I just want you to tell me, based upon your investigation, the assignment that you was given under that contract, did you have some communications in reference to Ms. Stermer with a law enforcement agency outside of the date that you was there interviewing Ms. Stermer?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
No, he's not answered that.
Did I have a conversation about Mrs. Stermer with law enforcement?
Let me just ask you this. Seems like we're getting a little confused. You're there to interview Linda Stermer pursuant to a contract that you had with Farm Bureau, right?
Correct.
Who at Farm Bureau contacted you?
I was contacted by the agent, or by the adjuster was Rodney Thuma.
Rodney Thuma.
Who is now retired from Farm Bureau.
Do you know why he contacted you?
I was a regular investigative company and investigator that would have been on the insurance company's list of approved investigators to handle their investigations.
Had you had business with Rodney Thuma before?
Yes.
How many times?
Many times.
Okay. And on most of the times that you had in reference to investigations with Rodney Thuma, you were able to determine that there was fraud involved in reference to the fire that may have been referred to as an arson. Isn't that correct?
No, I've had all kinds of fires, accidental fraud, lightning. We do the investigation. They have a loss. They call us, do the investigation. And it is what it is when you're done with your investigation.
Okay. Well, are there certain factors that you have as far as your arsenal of information to look for when you go out and perform one of these investigations that's been assigned to you by the insurance company?
Yeah, that would be all of your training, education, seminars, on-the-job training, your schooling, fire investigation experience, your applications and acceptance and approval for certification through the national certification agencies would all be part of your job training and requirements, one, to become certified, and two, to conduct proper fire investigations.
And that's to determine the cause and origin of a fire, right?
Correct, the origin and cause.
So there's a lot of education, a lot of on-the-job training, a lot of workshops, a lot of seminars, a lot of specialty training that you have that would give you the education that's necessary to make valid decisions in reference to an investigation of a fire, right?
Yes.
To make a decision based upon the cause and the origin of the fire, right?
Yes.
And how many years have you been doing this?
I went on my first fire as a trooper out of the Niles Post in 1982. And I've worked continuously in the fire investigation training, certification of the state police investigators years ago before the national certifications. I retired in 2003 from the state police, went to work for Kirby Bailey and Associates at that time. Kirby Bailey then became the Raymond Group, had an investigative section, and I worked there. I'm now in my 22nd year there, retired as of December 31st of 23, but I'm on part-time basis till I can complete the litigation files that are still open.
You kind of digressed a little bit from what I was really asking, but I'm going to accept that, and I thank you for that in reference to your training. With that, would a layperson, in your opinion, be able to tell you exactly what the cause of a fire is, who has absolutely no training in reference to what you just gave a long list of, that walked in a room, saw the flames in a room, saw a human being on fire? Would you expect that individual to tell you exactly how the fire started?
The layperson would have to conduct a full investigation in order to render that opinion.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that on January the 7th, you, in approximately 72 hours after January the 7th, where there was a fire and a fatality, that you show up on the scene and you expected Ms. Stermer to tell you exactly how the fire started? Isn't that true?
That would be one of the questions you asked, if you had any knowledge of what happened. That's why we do interviews, is to gain information.
There's a difference between your knowledge as a fire investigator, because that's what you was out there to do, was determine the origin and the cause of the fire. But you're interviewing Ms. Stermer, and all she could tell you was that she went up to the stairs and she saw the flames in the room. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So you wouldn't expect any layperson that has none of the skill sets that you have, none of the education that you have in reference to the origin and the cause of a fire, to be able to tell anyone, insurance company, law enforcement officer, unless they specifically saw someone light a match, firecracker, or any factual eyewitness. Without being a factual eyewitness, wouldn't it be absolutely impossible for them to give you an explanation as to how a house burnt down and an individual human being that was in the house caught on fire? Yes or no?
No.
It would not be possible, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you. You referenced to on page 62 of your of this interview that let me just make sure that we don't misstate what was on the screen. And you have your transcript there, Mr. Shimsky, is that correct? On page 62. And I'll just reference to the 5th line, and that's J, that's you. Right, you see it?
Yes, is that the one that starts out?
Yes,
could,
sir.
Could you
Yes, sir.
understand?
Yes, sir. You asked, could you understand anything that he was saying? I mean, when he first started screaming, was he yelling, fire, yelling, get out? I mean, no, these are kind of, do you see that?
Yes.
Meticulous, because what I'm looking at is trying to reconstruct. So 72 hours after Ms. Stermer had endured one of the worst tragedies that an individual could imagine. But you are...
Testimony by the attorney.
Your Honor, I'm just cross-examining, and it's my opportunity to cross-examine. May I go? May I finish? So, Mr. Shimsky, what was it that you wanted her to reconstruct that you were referring to when you made that statement?
There was a question asking her what her husband was saying. Was he yelling? And it's one of those, she was the witness in the sense that she was in the home at the same time he was. And any of the information that she would have would certainly be valuable in evaluating a time frame. She'd been up and down the stairs by her own information on the interview, upstairs, downstairs. What's the time sequence from when she was downstairs and there was no fire upstairs? She comes upstairs and now the room is full of fire. That time sequence, it takes time for fires to develop. And it isn't a flash at times, depending on what's going on. That question was merely, can she fill in the sequence of events that she best recalled, so that in my brain, analyzing what I have on the fire scene, can determine we go from no fire to a heavily involved fire in 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or maybe she'd been downstairs for 4 hours. If I don't talk to her and ask her those questions, how can I assess that information?
Okay. So I'll take that as your answer. Then if we're only talking about that in reference to the fire, why was there so much time spent about the marital relation?
The conversation with problems to find out what's going on in the home. The interview is a general interview on the home, living there, day-to-day routine, day-to-day life, so you can establish this is the normal for the home. And in the conversations with problems and issues, she had voiced issues with her husband and some issues and problems they were having. And it certainly would be good to know what those problems were. I'd ask the questions and she would answer the questions.
I know that, but I'm asking you this question. What did a marital relationship in reference to two parties having disagreements that you took a lot of time impinging upon, what did that have to do with the fire in your investigation?
That's part of the information required to assess all of the information that comes out of the fire, including the scene investigation, any evidence that was collected, and that's standard on all investigations.
Including whether or not you had paid your bills on time, whether or not you had anything that was delinquent, whether or not you had been in bankruptcy or filed bankruptcy. All of that is part of issues that you are assigned to go out and try to obtain from the victim of a fire. Isn't that correct?
No, sir. I've never been directed by an insurance company on what to go look for.
Well, if you're not directed by the insurance company, it's part of what your skill set is, right? It's part of your protocols, right?
My skill set is a fire investigator. I'm retired out of the state police. I spent 25 years investigating all kinds of things, and obtaining information is what we do as investigators.
My point is that you obtained all of this information, and then you assessed that information to determine whether or not there was any fraud involved in reference to insurance and the fire. Isn't that correct?
That information, well, with the questions when you listed the bankruptcy things, those were her answers. They weren't specifically in the question. I was asking general questions, problems, issues. And yes, investigating fires, you run across accidental fires, we run across arson fires, and you run across fires that could be fraud related. And interviewing is the way you obtain information to make those assessments. And it does not change the process of how you investigate the fire, what documentation you do, how you conduct your actual origin and cause. The background, the interviewing, the witnesses is all part of a standard investigation.
Were you able to verify any information in reference to the finances of Mr. and Mrs. Stermer?
That would not be my job. That would be handled by the insurance carrier.
So you obtained the information in reference to the mortgage, the history of their mortgage. Is that correct? You inquired as to whether or not the house was under a mortgage. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I asked that.
You didn't?
No. I'd have to go through the transcript. I don't believe I asked that question.
So the issue about the finances, you didn't inquire about that?
No, that's my role would be gather the initial information. That all gets forwarded to the client, in this case, Farm Bureau. I did no legwork, no outside interviews, no follow-up investigation, nothing on the finances, because that would be handled, which is normal, by the insurance carrier.
When you asked Ms. Stermer about money that was owed, did she just volunteer that to you without you prompting it with a question?
I'd have to look at the question because she's the one that explained who she owed money to. I'd have to look at what page you got in the transcript.
That's because you want the person that you're interviewing to explain to you questions that you are presenting to them, right?
Right, but I don't recall the specific question that she answered with that information about the money owed to relatives.
Let's go to page 81. So if you go to where it starts out in the middle of the page, L. I know that Todd's mom can confirm this, that if you had to ask her, but last year I asked her to please not loan Todd any more money, that it just kept him from going out and us being self-sufficient. And he owes her I owe her a great sum of money. So when he asked her this last time to borrow money, she sent him in the direction of his sister because she didn't have any more money to loan him. I think that we owe Sandy several thousands and Now my question is, Mr. Shimsky, that was a response to something that you had to ask her. Isn't that correct?
Correct, and that's blacked out in the transcript.
But
I don't recall the question.
Okay, you don't recall it, but now...
It's not in the transcript here, it's been blacked out.
But you recall, though, that would be part of your interview protocol in reference to your investigation of a fire cause and origin.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
It
unusual.
would.
Wouldn't be unusual to ask questions, but the specific question, I don't know.
But so when I asked you earlier, do you ask and inquire about individuals' finances? You kind of acted like that's not part of what you do, but you do.
Well, that would be part of the general information, yes.
And you would want to know whether or not somebody has a lot of outstanding debts. You would want to know whether or not they got a gambling problem, wouldn't you?
Yep, if they answer the questions and
You
explain
want
it,
to know
yes.
whether or not they filed bankruptcy in the last 5 years.
Correct.
You would want to know whether or not their mortgage was paid or not paid timely, wouldn't you?
General information, yes.
You want to know whether or not they've had any cars repossessed in the last 5 to 10 years, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I never go into that detail.
What's more deep? Is that any?
Yeah, to go down the list of possible financial, it's what's the condition, is the mortgage paid on time? I don't usually ask about gambling debts.
Well, why don't you, would you just, for the sake of time, would you tell me what all you do ask in reference to the financial backgrounds when you interviewing someone that the insurance company has sent you out to interview for the cause and origin of the fire? Would you please?
Would be, again, general information, who's living in the home, condition of the home, excuse me, as we went through pretty extensively, what was there. Is there a mortgage on the property? Who is the carrier for the mortgage? To be honest with you, I don't ask, is the mortgage on time? Is it paid? I ask the carrier because I'm not doing a financial investigation. And when you ask that question, is there a mortgage? Generally, people will say, yeah, I have a mortgage through so-and-so, and it's current. My role is general
Go ahead,
information.
give me the rest of the list.
Pardon me?
The rest of your list.
That would be the list. I mean,
That
I
would be
don't,
it?
about, repossessions, gambling debts, I don't go into that on my initial interview.
And you asked about marital relations in reference to what does the two married individuals do on a daily basis. You asked about whether or not they have any arguments. You asked about whether or not they have any fights. You asked about, are there any plans to file a divorce? You asked about whether or not they plan on separating. You asked all those questions, don't you?
I would have asked the question, are there any problems or issues? I
In
don't
what?
go into the specific, are you getting divorced? Are you moving out? Those were things that she forwarded in our discussion.
Well, you said in your interview, you asked her, had he ever harmed her?
After she had relayed information about some of the incidents, the arguing, the yellowing, and as I'm listening to her answers, it would prompt another question to try to figure out where we're at as far as the relationship.
But that's all based upon professional interviewing skill sets that you have been trained to do. Isn't that correct?
I mean, right, standard interviewing.
Yes, but it's a trained process, right?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Now, you also reference to flammable liquids that you inquired of Ms. Stermer that was on the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, that's a very important aspect of an investigation. Flammable liquids or any accelerant that's on the property that's been burned. Isn't that correct?
That would be a standard question as far as any kind of flammables and the location where they would be with lamp oils, gasoline, kerosene, sheds, garages, some people stored in their homes. That would be a standard question in any investigation. Where are the location of any accelerants that would be fuel that could assist in any kind of a fire, accidental or intentional?
But for the cause of the fire, if you knew that the cause of the fire was from a flammable liquid, an accelerant, and it was known to be on the property based upon the individual's information that was being interviewed, makes your job a lot easier, and it makes your case a lot quicker case to close. Isn't that correct, as far as the cause and origin? I'm asking him a question. He can say yes or no.
The question I assume on accelerants would be a standard question that I would ask. And I did not know anything about accelerants involved in the fire as the cause of the fire at all at the time I conducted my interview.
But you asked about it,
I
right?
asked about it on every single fire scene.
I'm
Are
not
there
talking about
accelerants
everything.
on the
I
property?
just want to know about the Stermer case.
Yes, I asked her about that.
You asked her about it.
Are there accelerants on the property?
Yes. And she told you that there was kerosene that was used in the house with lamps. Isn't that what she told you?
She indicated there was a kerosene heater that they had used the winter before in the living room area. And she talked about oil lamps, 2 small oil lamps on the half wall. And then she also talked about a candle on the half wall.
Well, the lamps, were they lamps that had to use fuel?
Yes,
Did she tell you what type of fuel it was?
she called them oil lamps.
And you didn't inquire any further to determine whether or not what the oil was?
No, she said they were oil lamps. And generally oil lamp would be different than gasoline, fuel oil, or other fuels. You wouldn't want fuel oil in your oil lamps because with fuel oil or other heavier oils, you get thick black smoke. If you're using a scented candle, you certainly don't want it pumping out thick black smoke because of the kind of fuel. Lamp oil is a much lighter accelerant or ignitable fuel, as the terms are called in today's world.
So can you tell me what the flammable oil was that she told you that was in the house?
Lamp oil.
Is lamp oil flammable?
Yes, and that was her description of it.
Do you know, just buying something off the counter, is it called lamp oil?
Yes, you can buy lamp oil.
Right.
You have buy with tiki torches. You can buy the containers for your yard. It would be lamp oil, which is a lighter fuel.
And it's used to start a fire, right?
It could be by an arsonist.
Yeah. So on page 74 of your interview, you see that on J?
Which
J, you asked the question, any flammable liquid stored inside the house. And then you specifically asked any gasoline, kerosene. And you say, I think you mentioned that with the oil lamps, you had some lamp oil, right?
Correct.
And you asked, where would that have been stored at? Right?
Yes.
And the answer was underneath the kitchen, underneath the sink in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And she further stated that in our bedroom, Todd would leave the bottle on the nightstand or by the nightstand if he had filled it up. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the furnace room, when he'd bleed it out, he didn't always take it out and dump it back into the tank. Sometimes there'd be a 2-liter bottle where he had, done that. And you asked, but that would be left in the basement? And she would respond, in the basement. And you asked, in the furnace room. And she says, furnace room, And you ask, now, when he bleeds it out normally, is that it? He just bleeds it into a bottle or something? And the response is, yeah. Is that a yes to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as an investigator, looking for the cause and the origin, knowing this, and you didn't dispute it, you could actually put in your report that that could have been a possible cause of the fire. Isn't that correct?
No, she's describing fuels.
But you're looking for answers about what's in the house, right?
Correct.
You're trying to find information about flammable liquids that's in the house, right?
Yes.
And this is not as an expert. This is as nothing but an investigator, right?
Well, as an investigator with fire experience,
Yeah, but
and that's, you would discuss the fuels. And that, again, with the fuels and the differences when we talk about the furnace would be fuel oil is completely different fuel than lamp oil.
But Mr. Shimsky, tell this jury, what can either one of these oils do to a house if a match is lit to it?
Well, depending on the oil, the thicker the oil, we're getting, okay. The oils will burn if ignited, but in order to ignite it, you have to heat the oil above its flash point, which is the temperature that the oil can give off enough vapors to ignite. And then you have enough heat for it to reach its ignition temperature so that it can ignite. Gasoline's flash point is minus 45 degrees Fahrenheit. So anything above 45, you have enough vapors that can ignite. Now, if we get into fuel oil or diesel fuel, the flash point on it is about 325 degrees. So that you would have to hold the match and hold it and hold it and hold it until you heat the fuel up enough to vaporize with the right gas air mix for that match to actually ignite. I mean, I can walk into a puddle of diesel fuel, lay a flaming flare into the middle of the puddle and walk away without any worry that it's going to blow me up. The different fuels react different ways. Yes, they will burn once ignited.
That's the only answer I was looking for.
Well, we have
But my only question is, it can cause a fire, yes or no?
It would be fuel for a fire. Cause, in my world, cause has a different description. I understand what you're going at, I think, but to say that the fuel is the cause of the fire, that's only 1/3 of the fire triangle.
I didn't say the fuel was the cause of the
No,
fire.
but you're saying, isn't it, that this oil could be the cause of the fire? And my answer is no, it would be fuel for the fire, not the cause of the fire.
Okay. Fuel for the fire. Okay. So let me just ask you this, since you want to be so technical about the fuel. If in fact that something from the fireplace caused the fire, the fuel could enhance the fire. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Thank you. But we don't know if anything from the fireplace caused the fire, right?
Correct.
In your report, you didn't make any conclusions as to what caused the fire, right?
No.
So on page 83 of your report, you
Of the transcript?
I'm seeing your transcript. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Of the transcript. I'm sorry. So on 83, your question is, was he wearing the same clothes Saturday that he wore Sunday? And the response, oh, Sunday he was wearing sweatpants. I don't remember what he was wearing Saturday. Sunday he had on sweatpants. That's your response back. And she says, mm-hmm. And you ask, what kind of shirt did he have on? She said, I don't remember if he had on a shirt. And you ask, okay, and would it be normal for him if he wore clothes, well, let's say Saturday when he was bleeding the furnace, if he had gotten oil on him, would he have worn those same clothes all night? The response was no. She states he was a little bit more neater than that. He was a pretty boy. My question is, then the oil on the clothes has some bearings in reference to your seeking out information about the cause and the origin of the fire. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you told when you was asked to come, when you was given this assignment, that there had been a fatality?
Yes.
You were told that up front, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So what would the oil have any importance in reference to sweatpants?
The oil, as in the interview, she had described the fact that her husband would have to bleed the furnace to get it to run. It can be fuel oil. If he'd gotten some on his clothing, again, the fuel oil could be on his clothing. In a fire, if there's oil on the clothing, the oil would ignite along with the clothing because it's fuel.
Kind of back to what I was trying to say a few minutes ago,
right? Right. It's not a simple explanation.
You know, an arson fire shouldn't be simple. I mean, it would take a lot for somebody to do something like this. So I'm not trying to be simplistic about it.
Thank you.
And then you went to, on page 85. You asked the question, is he capable of lighting himself on fire or trying to burn the house and getting caught in it? I mean, has he ever said he was gonna burn the house to get rid of it? You asked that question because you thought that in part of your investigation that Mr. Stermer could have caused the fire?
I asked that question after I was told by Mrs. Stermer in the interview about the issues that they were having, the things that he had told her. And if he's there with her, there's only two people home, inquiring as to what's his state of mind. Has he ever threatened to do this? And her answer was, on the last section, was no.
And did your investigation, did you find any information in reference to Mr. Stermer having any fires before?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No, I did not.
Okay. So after the information that you are receiving from Ms. Stermer, do you try to corroborate any of that information in your investigation working for the insurance company?
No, as I said, I would do the scene investigation, and in the insurance industry, they'll generally they'll separate the fire investigation from any additional follow-up financial examinations. Basically, my job is to determine what caused the fire, gather the general information to do that, and any other follow-up investigation would be done by other people or other people that were hired.
So you don't make any attempts to excavate or So, Mr. Shimsky, after you finish your interview with Ms. Stermer, that doesn't become the end of your assignment that you were given, or that the contract that you had with the company, right?
Correct.
Because then you have to go and try to determine whether or not you can corroborate any of the structural damage to the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in reference to the structural damage, you would then have to contract with someone else to come out and do the excavation of the house, of the burn, right?
No, I conducted that.
Did you do the excavation yourself?
Yes.
Physically, hand by hand?
Physically, hand by hand, and hired an excavator so we could remove the areas of the house that were hanging over the burned out section on the rear of the home, so that it was safe to get in and actually do that.
That's what I said. You had to hire someone.
A machine operator.
Yeah, but that's, some person had to operate that.
I thought you were talking investigatively to do it.
No, no. How many days did it take you to perform the excavation of the property?
I believe I was there 2 days,
2 days?
part of one day, and then the day with the machine that was utilized so we could make it safe to get in with the areas of the upper floor, the main floor that were kind of hanging over the basement area.
Okay. And from the excavation of the property, you then prepared a written report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Maybe. Have a second. And when did you submit your report to the insurance company?
I'd have to look at the date on it. It would have been, sometime after the scene investigation was completed. Normally it would be within a couple of weeks, could be a little bit longer. I don't recall off the top of my head.
A couple of weeks?
Yeah, normally it would be within 2 weeks, sometimes longer. Sometimes a client will say, we don't need a report at this time. You get into a subrogation file or something like that. A lot of times they don't want you to write a report until they determine whether the case is moving ahead.
Okay. May I have a second, Your Honor? I think we have another.
Yes. Your Honor, may we approach the bench quick? One second for some housekeeping, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Shinsky.
Good morning.
You and I just met.
Yes, we did.
And we have an interesting common background.
Yes.
Went to the same high school. A little bit before me. Mr. Shinsky, what did you review to get ready for today?
Mainly, I read through my report and the transcript of the interview with Linda Stermer.
When did you do that?
Off and on for the last several weeks. I'd read parts of it and go through it. To sit down and read 93 pages gets tiresome.
I don't doubt it. We heard that. The report was fresh in your mind, I take it?
Vaguely.
Well, you read it over and over. You said,
Well, I mean, I've looked at the report, read through it.
okay. You understand it's very important you're coming to testify at trial today, right?
Yes.
And you want to have a good, fresh memory so you can help the jury do its job and understand the evidence, right?
Yes.
I want to call your attention. You remember when you testified earlier that the only person you interviewed was Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Okay. Show you your report. Do you have a copy?
No, I do not.
You didn't even bring your
My
file?
my information, I wasn't testifying as an expert in this file.
Your report, page 7, indicates that on January 15, 2007, you had contact with Michael Matheny.
Yep.
I guess we have him to refresh his recollection with the report or testify from the report, since they're two different things.
Your Honor, I'm just asking, I'm telling him this is what it says. Do you remember that?
Well, why don't you take the report from him then if he doesn't need it to refresh his recollection?
Do you now remember this?
Off the top of my head, no. I'd have to, it's 17 years ago.
Understood. It would have certainly been accurate when you wrote it.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you recall Mr. Matheny in his interview telling you, and you understood he was the first person on the scene?
Yes.
Besides Linda Stermer, obviously.
Correct.
Right? Do you recall Mr. Matheny telling you?
Objection, hearsay.
It's for impeachment. He says he didn't remember any of this.
Well, you can ask him if you interviewed him or not. That's the impeachment,
No.
not what the statements are contained. That's hearsay.
That is not offered. It's offered for
offered
impeachment.
for?
Doesn't remember anything about this. I'm asking it for his
First off, I've
recollection.
got, you're holding this report. Are you refreshing or is he, are you coming in
I'm
on
just
refreshing
asking.
memory or?
Yes,
Okay, then have him look at the report and put it down.
page 8.
Can I review the report?
Yes, you can review it if it would refresh your recollection, but then you need to put it aside, sir.
Just looking for page 7 and 8 where you interviewed Mr. Matheny.
Yes.
Does that bring back the content of your interview with Mr. Matheny?
It would have to be what I have in my file.
All right,
Do I first have memory of the conversation? No.
of course not, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall, as part of your investigation, you want to know what everybody thinks and sees and hears at the scene, right?
Correct.
Do you recall anybody telling you that there was no odor on Mr.
Objection is to hearsay, Your Honor. And no asking for an adequate statement to offer the truth of the matter.
Not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, offered in what he does to take him to the next step of his investigation. They rely on these
Witness who
materials.
testified to something and you're impeaching with extrinsic evidence or?
It's simply, it's not hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, what is this?
It's offered for the foundation of what he does next in his investigation as he gathers evidence.
What was your question again?
Simply, did anybody tell you that they smelled, and I'm talking about the first people who were there, like Mr. Matheny, that they smelled any odor of gasoline or anything on Todd Stermer?
Again, I object for new hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection on hearsay ground.
Did you, as you reviewed your report, have some indication of whether Todd Stermer, I thought you testified in reading that Todd Stermer was in the recliner when Linda Stermer saw him on fire?
That would have been My description of what I'd learned through the investigation.
Okay,
I didn't know he was in there other than what I'd learned from the scene.
but you use that as part of your investigation and gathering the facts, right?
That would be part of the facts, yes.
And so what you testified to, what you gathered from Linda Stermer, was that when she ran up the stairs, Todd Stermer, her husband, was in the recliner, right?
Yes,
And he was on fire,
yes,
and the recliner was on fire.
yes.
Right. Let me direct your attention to page number 5 of the report.
Once again, Your Honor, he can't testify from his report.
Your Honor, he just testified as to what Linda Stermer told him. I'm pointing out something from impeachment,
From the transcript.
from his report,
Okay.
based on the
On
transcript.
What's the objection, Mr.
So the
Chairman?
objection, Your Honor, is he, first he needs to, the foundation is not correct for asking these questions. We're skipping over several steps here.
You wrote a report, correct?
Yes,
You're trained to be accurate, correct?
yes,
You try to be accurate, correct?
yes,
Try to be as detailed as possible, correct?
yes,
All right, and when you recounted your conversation on or about January 9 or 10 with Linda Stermer, you recounted it accurately, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at the bottom of page 5, let me know when you're with me, the last couple lines.
Yes,
She, Linda, indicated that the recliner where her husband was last seen was engulfed in a large ball of flames, as was her husband, who was standing by the door to the master bedroom, which is located off the living room. Is that what you wrote?
yes,
And that was accurate because you're trained to be accurate.
yeah, that was accurate. In the transcript, I think she described him in a couple of different locations in that proximity. In the
My
transcript.
question is simply, sir, you were trained to be accurate and you wrote it accurately.
Yes,
Let's go to your background. Talk a little bit about your background, but I think you were a fire investigator for the Michigan State Police for
Your Honor, this has been answered across. Mr. Kelly actually asked several of these questions.
not specifically about his training with the MSP and his certifications.
Very brief inquiry into
Thank
this. It
you.
has been
I'll
asked
just
and
ask you real
answered
quickly.
several times.
25 years, if my math is right, with the MSP as a fire investigator?
no, 25 years in the state police.
Okay, how long were you as a investigator?
I was a trooper for 10 years on the road. I began investigating fires and training with about 4 years in as a trooper. And then I did 8.5 years as a full-time fire investigator. And then my last 6.5, I worked out of an investigative resources unit, which was the training and certification of the state police investigators at that time, as well as at that time, state police provided 10 weeks of training programs to other police and fire departments.
Up in Tustin, Michigan.
Yes,
And you were one of the directors of that program, correct?
yes,
All right, so you spent a lot of time not only being trained, but training people
yes.
and certifying fire experts, correct?
Yeah, well, during the state police investigators at that time, and then certification moved into the International Association of Arson Investigators, took over the certification. And that's what all of us go through, is either them or through National Association of Fire Investigators for certification.
And you are certified with the IAAI, correct?
Yes,
The International Association of Arson Investigators.
yes,
You're certified with NAFI, National Association of Fire Investigators.
yes,
You've taught many, many fire investigators through Michigan State, correct?
yes,
Michigan State Police, not the university. Did you train Scott Leroy, who became a fire investigator in 2001,
he would have come through the state's program.
through when you were running it?
God, I would assume so.
Okay. Did you mentor him during his young career?
Please, Your Honor, I don't see how this is relevant to the testimony this witness has provided previously in this matter.
It goes to his background and why he's going to be there at the excavation, which we're going to get to right now. Did you train and mentor?
We have a ruling on the objection.
Let me go, okay. Is Mr. Leroy will be testifying?
He will
as
be
an
testifying
expert?
next,
Okay. Then
or tomorrow.
Okay, I'll allow it as relevant to that issue, just Mr. Leroy's training.
Remember the question?
Without looking at calendar stuff, I would have to assume that he's been in programs that I was either instructing in or coordinating and running, and that more than likely could have been one of his instructors.
So you have a significant amount of expertise and qualifications in fire investigations, which is why you were hired to go to this place, the Stermer residence, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about that excavation. First of all, can you tell us what excavation is?
Basically, it's physically going into the damaged home, business, whatever, and examine everything that's in the building, structurally, mechanical, electrical, furnaces, anything that could be a source of ignition. Then you physically dig through the debris, remove the ash and leftover wood lumber to identify what items are in there. In that process, you're identifying the damage. If there are fire patterns, which are results left after a fire occurs, burned lumber, patterns on walls, that sort of information. And then at that point, as I described in this one, there was a couple of sections of the home, the main floor hanging over the basement, and it was on the 15th that we brought.
So one of the main points of doing an excavation, of digging around and in the rubble, is to try to find evidence that will help you determine the origin of the fire, correct?
Yes.
Where the fire started, right?
Yes.
And maybe the causal factors of the fire, correct?
Yes.
What caused the fire? And I'm not going to talk about it in great detail, but you mentioned it earlier. The causal factors are the ignition source, right?
Yes.
Which is the first thing, the thing that caused something to catch fire, right?
Yeah, that would be your source of heat.
Okay. Then the first fuel ignited, correct?
Yes.
Which is the first thing that caught fire, right?
Yes.
And then the causal factor is the circumstances that brought the source and the fuel together. And if you can find those.
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to raise an objection at this point in time. Are we going to qualify him as an expert? We're asking for a lot of expert testimony at this point in time, well beyond lay witness.
I simply went to why he's excavating and its importance.
I'll have you move on.
Thank you.
I think we're already covered.
Let's talk about your excavation. You went there on January 15, correct?
Yes.
You having been a fire investigator for Michigan State Police, you're private industry at this point, right?
Correct.
Do you have to be allowed on the premises by like a Scott Leroy, the fire investigator?
Yes.
All right. So he must have, I would look at it or think of it like he had to release the scene to you or anybody else, right?
Correct. Or at least allow me to be there while they were there.
Okay. But he wasn't there when you were there.
No, not on the 15th.
Or the 11th.
I'd have to look at my photos. I don't recall that specifically.
If he tells us that he was only there on the 8th, the day after the fire, any reason to disagree with him?
No.
So he would have had to release the scene to where you could do what you were going to do, right?
Correct.
And you started to do some excavation, am I right?
Yes.
You took pictures of your excavation, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. binder of photographs that was provided by the prosecutor that are represented to you. And in the documents we received, it came in like 2 files. I call them file 1, file 2. If you can just look through those, you might even see yourself in file 2.
Are we moving to omit these, Your Honor? Or
So he's got to first identify them. That is my plan.
But I think right now he's just gonna.
I just want him to see these are his photos.
Yes, these look similar to my photos.
Okay, those represent the scene as you saw it on January 15th. And you're looking at file number 1.
Yeah, file number 1. Yeah, I don't recall off the top of my head what day I was there the first time. I know I did my interview on 9 and 10, but I'm not sure. I don't see, my first day there. But the one on the second batch is definitely on the 15th. So whatever day I was there first would be the larger group one.
Fair enough. I'm going to move for the admission of Exhibit 8, which is the first batch, and Exhibit I, which is the second batch of 25 photographs. Okay. And as to Exhibit 8, Your Honor, I'm not going to admit 116 photos. I just have 11 photos and invite them for the record and identify them. I'm going to give them to the prosecutor.
What you have marked as an exhibit, prosecutor?
I don't know, is it H or 8? I couldn't understand.
Mr. Miller?
Select number of photographs from his file number 1, those photographs being 001, 002, 003, 006, 008, 042, 047, 054, 056, and 057.
So I guess, and maybe this is my own confusion, Your Honor. Are we omitting these or these entire binders?
Just these for Exhibit H. I don't need 116 photos.
Oh, I guess then I don't understand why we're showing him a binder of all the photos when, if he can identify. I guess I'm just confused on the foundational
You're
aspects.
moving to admit is what Mr. Glinda, not the
A
entirety of the
subset,
photos.
no, just
Okay.
a subset.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. And the subset. I'm just trying to get. These are H1, 2, 3, 6, and 8.
It'll be 1 through 11. They're going to be, remember on the way we've been doing them,
Yeah.
point 1 to point whatever. And this would be point 1 to point 11.
Yeah, we have an H1 already, lacerations.
That should be his photographs.
We have H1 lacerations to have, H2 lesions to have. Yeah, I think maybe start here with lettering over or something. Okay, so what are you
This
gonna?
is H.
H, just H. Council, can you approach, please?
Looks like they might be getting ready to go to lunch. Sorry, I forgot I didn't have my mic muted, so you just heard all my working. But it does look like they are going to go to lunch in just a second. I have been looking around and am going to play some of the trial while they are at lunch. Why can't I hear her talking? Are they at lunch already? Did she already say they went to lunch? Did I miss it? She's standing up.
Research or investigation, thank you. Left, any matters to address in our break, Council?
Your Honor, I just want to address the fact that there's no way I'm going to be able to get County Calhoun on the stand today.
Okay.
So we will offer to put her in a hotel for the night and have her come back tomorrow.
Okay.
But I just wanted the court to be aware of that. So
Yeah, I was thinking we're getting behind.
yeah, we're
but-
getting way into the afternoon, and I still have 3 lab people on the detective. So.
Okay. Okay.
Housekeeping wise, with respect to these exhibits, with H and I guess I would ask that the witness be able to review these specific exhibits as he's testifying, not having to flip to a binder of several photos that are irrelevant and not being admitted. If we have an extra copy, or I can even have my copy for all I care, just to look at it. That's my only concern, is just giving him the relevant photos to look at, so we're not.
Are you going to pull out? Are you going to pull out? Oh. Okay. He said I'll publish them and he's got a copy. And then did we sort through the exhibit?
Sure, yeah, an exhibit. I think Mr. Mueller and I were talking about this real briefly. I think the autopsy photos made them labeled K. Then they were K, not I or H, or H or I.
Okay. Okay. Melissa's going to do her magic and correct it.
I know she can, all right?
Anything else, Council?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. I'll see you at 1:15. I did want to talk to Council briefly, but.
Okay, it looks like they're going to take a 45-minute lunch break. I thought we would take a look at Linda's mother's testimony. She is testifying that Linda gave her 3 different stories. This is earlier in the week testimony, and this is Linda's mother. This is Parawomenradio, and I'm Amy. Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps us go out into the algorithm. Party out there. Bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help me out, and it's really, really appreciated. Today, we're coming to you on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Hi, everyone.
Yeah. I want to make sure I hear what Ben said.
Is that good?
I think so. Sorry.
And then you can move the microphone, it's easier to move that than that heavy chair, so you can move that closer to your mouth so that we can hear you.
Okay.
And we'll start by having you tell us your full name and spelling your last, please.
Sandra K. Stermer, Stermer.
Thank you, Ms. Arden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stermer, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes,
How did you know Todd?
he is my son.
And do
Okay,
you
I'm
know,
sorry, I'm wrong. It is not Linda's mother, it's Todd's mother.
Linda Stermer?
Yes,
And how do you know her?
she was my mother-in-law.
And how long were Todd and Linda married?
I think 13 years.
Sorry, can I have you move your microphone down a little bit? There you go.
Better? Okay. I think 13 years. They were together longer than that.
Do you know how long they were together before they got married?
Well, they had 2 kids. Trace, so a couple of years, 2. Tracy might have been 2 or 3 when they got married.
A couple of years, and then they were married about 13.
Yeah.
And what was your relationship with Linda like during the marriage?
It was okay.
What was your relationship like with your son?
It was great. He was a good son. I loved him.
Had you been to their house, the new house that they built on County Road 215?
I'm not hearing very good here. What was it?
Had you been to their house that they were building on County Road 215 many times?
Yes.
And at the time of the fire, can you describe to the jury kind of what the state of the house was, or?
It was still a work in progress, but the chimney was done, bedrooms, it was very livable. Nice kitchen.
Did they have floor coverings? Like carpet and?
I don't think there was any carpet. I think it was just wood floor, but I won't swear to that. It's been a long time.
A lot of years. So who was building the house?
Todd was, he'd get help when he needed help, and his brother helped him quite a bit, a lot of friends. He had a lot of friends.
Had he built things before in the past?
What now?
Had he done building or remodeling in the past?
He was very, very handy. Could figure out most any kind of carpenter work, plumbing, electrical. He'd worked as with an electrical contractor at one part where he was in an internship for quite a while. I was hoping maybe he'd stick with that, but he likes his independence. So.
So you said he built most of the house himself, but then contracted out other parts?
Yeah, there was parts of it that was contracted out, yes.
Do you know who was living in the home at the time of the fire?
Todd, Linda, Trevor, Trenton, and Corey.
And who are Trevor, Trenton, and Corey?
Trevor and Trenton are Linda and Todd's sons, and Corey is Linda's nephew.
And did Todd treat Corey as a nephew,
Corey.
or?
No, he treated him like a son. He was a son to him. And we figured he's my grandson. I mean, I don't normally even say anything different except Todd's 3 sons.
And had Todd and Linda raised Corey from a young age?
2. He was only like 2 with me. So.
Todd died on January 7th of 2007, right?
Yes.
And when did you see him last prior to the fire?
The Friday before.
So that was on a Sunday, so you saw him the Friday before? And what happened on that Friday?
Well, my other son had given me $100 gift card to go to Red Lobster, so I invited Todd and the boys to come in. It was going to start school the next week. I said, if they came in, I'd buy them lunch or Brad would buy us all lunch at Red Lobster. And so they did. And We had a nice lunch and good time. They were in good moods.
So you had the 3 boys and you and Todd?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Linda was working, so she wouldn't have been excluded if she'd have been.
And what was, Todd, you said everybody had a good time?
Yes, we did. He had been to a doctor earlier in the day for an ear infection. And so the boys drove in and then he came after his appointment. And that was it. We just chatted and talked, beginning of school and whatever was happening.
What was Todd's mood?
Todd was in a very good mood that day.
In spite,
I remember him smiling and laughing and joking with the kids. So.
Any discussion about anything bad going on?
He didn't tell me anything bad going on, no.
If there would have been something bad going on, did you have the type of relationship where he would have discussed it with you?
He would have eventually, but he probably wouldn't have brought it up right then at lunch. But anyway, so he would have probably tried to talk to me in private rather than,
Instead of in front of the boys?
Yeah.
Were you aware of any problems that Todd and Linda were experiencing in their marriage?
As far as, no, nobody told me anything. I didn't think it was turning into a very good relationship by then. Just more tension between the two of them. That Thanksgiving, he came to Thanksgiving, him and the 3 boys came to where we were all at family-wise, and she went with the girls someplace else. So that's holidays like that where it was getting iffy with whether they'd both be coming together or not.
And traditionally, are holidays a big thing in your family?
Yes.
And usually everybody comes together?
We usually come together, yes.
Was he a physically fit man at the time of his death?
Yes, he had very little body fat. He was in good shape. He wanted to play sports all the time, and he couldn't do anything. At that age, he was 42, that he played 110%. He was very active.
Did he get involved in any coaching?
He coached, yes, his kids, he coached a whole lot. And a lot of people, and Lawrence and everything really, there's always going to be the naysayer, but most of them all liked him and the kids liked him. He loved kids and he was good with them.
Did he have any physical limitations?
No, he'd had a couple of knee surgeries from skiing and whatever sports things, but it didn't seem to slow him down much.
No. So you didn't notice that it slowed him down when he had those knee surgeries?
No. He was still out running bases and playing basketball. So
even after his surgery?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When did you first hear about the fire?
Sunday night, later in the afternoon.
Later in the afternoon?
Evening, actually. It was evening.
And when you heard about it, what did you do?
After I talked to the detective, my sister was over there at my house, and we got in the car and drove out to Lawrence.
And did you actually get to go to the house?
We didn't go to the house. I drove down by the house, and then we found out that Linda and the boys were at a neighbor's house, and so we went over there.
So you went with the boys? Okay. And so did you ever go out to the scene that day?
Not that. I mean, I saw it from the road.
Okay.
But the driveway was a mess, and the fire trucks were still in there, and the police, and I couldn't go down. I mean, I don't know what I could have seen if I went down there, really.
And so then, did you have an opportunity, well, where did the boys go after the fire?
They were at this neighbor's house. I think it was, I don't remember his name now, but he had come over after the fire, and then he had, and Linda and the boys are all there by then. Ashley had come, her daughter. And
Who's Ashley?
Ashley?
Yeah, who's Ashley?
Linda's daughter.
Okay. Was she
By her
living?
first marriage. What?
Okay. Was she living in the house at the time?
I don't believe she was. No, she wasn't living there. She might have stayed there some of the time, but she wasn't living there.
Okay. And after the fire, did Todd and Linda and the boys live with you?
No, I was in a one-bedroom apartment. They spent that night with me, and maybe most of the next day and whatever, but then they moved out back to Lawrenceburg. They were going to go back to school.
Okay. Did you talk to Linda about what had happened?
I tried, yes.
So do you remember the first time that you tried talking to her about what happened?
Yeah. I asked what happened. Right? Basically, she said she was in the basement and doing laundry, and that Todd hollered at her to get out or something. There was 3 different stories that I heard within 2 days about how she got out of the house. So I'm not really, they kind of mix up in my head now after 18 years. It's kind of, but one of them was that she went out through the slider and ran around the house and tried to get in the front door, and there was too much fire. Then she told me another time that she came up the stairs and there was too much. And so she went back down now. And then the third one was she got up there, but she couldn't get in the living room where Todd was at. And so she went out through the front door.
So when you say the slider door, what door was that?
In the basement, it was a walkout basement with,
Did she tell you where Todd was at the time?
Well, she said it, first of all, she told me, he was in the living room and he was on fire. So.
And she told you he was in the living room when she saw
and then
him?
I gotta remember, we'd get just to a certain point and then she'd start getting all hysterical or whatever. So I'd just back off. I wasn't being confrontational anyway. I just wanted to know what happened.
So the first time you said that she said she was in the basement, did she say what she was doing in the basement?
She said she was doing laundry.
And did she tell you where Todd was at that time?
But he wasn't feeling good and he was upstairs.
Did she tell you anything about a fire in the fireplace?
Yes, she said there was a fire. He was sitting in his chair up there and had a fire in the fireplace.
And then she said, I believe, I just want to be clear, you said that she yelled or that she heard Todd yell something?
To her to get out. One time, that was one thing she told me. So.
And then she tried to get up the steps, and that was when she couldn't get out?
Well, like I said, she told me 3 different ways she got out of the house. So I don't know which time was which.
So the time that she said she didn't get up the stairs, did she say why she didn't get up the stairs?
Says there was too much smoke and flame.
And did she say if she saw Todd at that time? Is that a no?
No, I'm sorry.
So she said she didn't see Todd, or didn't she tell you anything?
She said she because I don't think she could get up there far enough, supposedly, to see.
And then she said at one time that she went upstairs and she saw him, right?
Yes.
And then what door did she say she went out at that time?
She went out through the front.
The front door, which would have been in the house?
Yes.
Okay.
There was also another exit off the kitchen. She never used that, but there's a lot of ways out of the house.
Was the exit off the kitchen What was that, on the side of the house, the back of the house, the front of the house?
The one in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Was toward the back of the house. It was like off the kitchen on the back of the house.
And that would have been, the door
And I
would have
don't
gone.
think there was any steps there, but I think that must be the way Todd got out.
Well, and I'm not going to ask you about that because obviously you weren't there, right?
Yeah.
So she said, so one time she said that she went out the front door. Did she say she saw Todd that time?
You know, Susan, I mean, I can't tell you which one time she told me what. I mean, they were all right together. It was like one day she told me two different ways that she tried to get out or did get out. And then another way that she got out. So it's all here. I mean, you know.
Yeah. And then I just want to be clear, then one time she said she didn't see Todd and one time she said she did see Todd.
I'm sure she told me she saw Todd.
And you said that those all happened within how many days from the fire? Those 3 different accounts?
At the day of and the next day.
So between those 2 days?
Yeah, and then I quit asking.
Did you ever talk to her about the van and driving the van? No? Did she ever tell you why she was driving the van?
Said she didn't have a phone.
Did she ever tell you, or did you ever ask if she saw Todd outside?
Yeah, I didn't, because I won't elaborate. I didn't.
And she never said anything about that. Was there a time that you were talking to her in those 2 days where you were at Kate Swift's house?
No, that was later.
That was later. So how much later was that?
Probably within a week, because Brad and Kelly, I think, were with me.
So who's Brad?
My son.
Your son.
Other son.
And that'd be Todd's brother?
Yes.
And what was the conversation with Linda? What did Linda say at that conversation with Brad and at Kate Swift's house?
Well, the kids were he was trying to question her, and she just got all hysterical and went off to the basement or the bathroom, and I just followed her in, but she didn't say anything.
So as soon as she was questioned, she began to hyperventilate and became hysterical and didn't want to talk?
Yeah.
Did Linda ever talk to you about her marriage?
Not really, no. I mean, if she did, it would have been to complain about something, but,
On those conversations after the fire, did she ever talk to you about her filing for divorce or wanting a divorce?
Not to me.
Did you know anything about Todd and Linda's financial status?
Not good, pretty shaky.
And how did you know that?
Well, I lent him some money.
How much money?
Do I have to say?
Was it over $20,000?
Yes.
And during the course of their marriage, how many times did you have to lend them money?
Well, Todd and I worked together, John, on different things. I wanted to make sure they had a house to live in, for one thing. So I would sometimes bail him out make sure he had a payment. And then he was very good about paying me back. It's just at the end here, when he was working really hard, trying to get the house done, that I lent him the larger sum. And I had no doubt he would have just kept paying until he paid it back. I never thought he'd ever wouldn't.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Stermer.
Good morning, Ms. Stermer.
Good morning. What is, this thing is, I'm hearing noises coming from behind me here. From this, I guess. Well, I mean, if I just,
Was it the noise of this moving this?
it's weird.
Is it, are you hearing it now?
What now?
Are you hearing it now,
Yeah,
the noise?
can you hear it?
No? So we'll try a different headset for you.
Sorry. I don't know how this is going to work.
under your chin. Sound okay?
We'll see. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Let's see, let's return.
Good morning, Ms. Stermer. Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll be brief, Ms. Stermer. You stated that your son was very skilled in building. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And he had been an apprentice. Is that I understand?
He was a apprentice for an electrician.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, can we move your microphone down again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well.
Okay.
Right there, see the microphone? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that.
There's sound issues in here.
I'm electronically challenged.
But you apprentice for an electrician, is that right?
Yes, he was. And he also, he just was one of those guys that could look at a blueprint and he'd measure and he just was a perfectionist along those lines. He'd remodeled a couple of houses along the way and that he'd sold, and he'd learned. He was a smart kid.
Well, was this the first house that you
he built from scratch?
That he built from scratch, is that right?
Yes.
And you were very proud of that.
Yeah, I mean, I was always proud of my sons anyway, daughters, whatever. But yes, I was proud of him.
So when he told you that he was going to build this first house from scratch, did you help him financially in reference to the?
Not right at first. I mean,
Okay.
It was later on. He got when he was getting into the closing stuff, and he'd already put a lot of money into it. But he had that I helped him out some.
Had you ever spent the night at the new house that he built?
Did I?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, okay. But you knew? Did you know the geographics of the house on the inside? You did?
Yes, I've been out there a lot.
Okay. It was upstairs.
I was probably upstairs only about once because I've had both hips replaced.
Right, okay.
Stairs are a little challenge.
Yes, I understand. But he had a fireplace. Did he ever express to you which part of the house was more passionate to him than the other?
No, not to me.
Okay. His when you were speaking with Linda right after the unfortunate demise of your son, was she still hysterical to you as far as processing the whole incident?
She pretty much, when we got back to my apartment, I gave her my room. We fixed her up with, whatever. And she just went in there and stayed in there. And I was out in the living room with the boys. And so.
Okay. And the lunch that you and your son and your grandsons y'all had, the only reason why Linda wasn't there is because she was at work?
They said she was at work or she was doing something. I mean, she worked periodically. She worked at different jobs, and she did a lot of horses. And so I don't remember especially, but I'm thinking it was work. But they thought that they, So.
Did you know about the horses?
The horses?
Yes.
I knew something about the horses, yes.
Big pardon?
What? I knew about the horses.
You knew about the horses. Okay. So would it be fair to say that your son or Linda, they didn't use you as a sounding board for any family affairs, right?
No, Pratt. I know Todd. I mean, I had talked to Todd at different times. We used to ride to ball games a lot. His kids were real active, and I tried to go to as much as I could. And he had trying to get my thoughts straight. Anyway, he said he found out some things, but I don't think I ought to bring them up here. I mean, about whatever, about their marriage. I mean, he found out that she hadn't told him the exact truth about a lot of things before they got married.
Before they got married?
Yeah.
Okay.
And after they were married, a few more things popped up, whatever. But he was trying. He just told me he was going to try, and he wanted to be the best husband he could be. So he was going to stick with it, and didn't want to be a weekend dad. And that's where we pretty much left it. He didn't come and cry to me that Linda's doing this, that, or the other thing. No, that wouldn't have been him.
Okay.
He would have never. Okay. He would, if they were really getting a divorce, he would have come to me and told me eventually that, well, we're getting a divorce. And I probably would have heard over that weekend, actually, if she was really leaving. So I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Stermer. Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. When the house that Todd built had a basement level, right?
And an upper level too.
So
loft or
a
whatever.
Loft. So when
that's what I'm talking about. Yes, I probably went up to the loft maybe once.
Okay. So was it like a loft that overlooked the living room?
It seems like it had stairs going up. It wasn't overlooking anything.
Okay. So you hadn't gone upstairs, meaning the loft.
Right. I had been on first 2 floors, yes.
So you were on the main level, and is that where the kitchen, the living room, and everything was at, on the main level?
We used to, like at Christmas, we played cards down in the basement.
So you'd also been in the lower level,
Oh, yeah.
in the basement?
Yeah,
So really, the only level you didn't go to was the loft?
yeah.
Okay, and I just want to be clear. And I just wanted to touch base, the evening of the fire, you said that you sat with the boys?
Actually, what I remember is sitting on the kitchen floor with Trevor. And we just sat there almost all night.
On the kitchen floor?
Yeah.
What were you doing on the kitchen floor?
Crying and talking and just supporting each other.
And Linda was not involved in this at all?
She was in the bedroom.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Carter? Jury, do you have any questions of this witness? I'll have you raise your hands. No? Okay. Does she excuse from persecuting counsel?
Your Honor, I would ask that she be excused.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You're done. The assistant can go next time.
I can get down on it. I'll put it down.
Legal analyst guest this morning. So pleased to have on the show high-profile criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Michael J. Brown. Oh boy, Michael, these facts, it's chilling hearing what's alleged here. What are your thoughts on this?
So they are still at lunch. They should be there until about 1:15. We're watching past testimony and courts or news stories of this case. This is Parawomenradio, and I'm Amy. I'm watching live court today. We are watching a Michigan woman trial. Oops, hold on one second, you guys. Sorry, I was eating just before I started talking.
Defense attorney, now new defense attorney, new trial. This woman gets a mulligan. Taking the approach that the fire was not intentionally set by her. Do you think that could change things?
It could. Julie, if you go back to the actual appeal and you look at the decision, there's 2 basic things that the court looked at it and had a problem with. One is the prosecutorial misconduct, where in the closing statement, the prosecutor continued to call her manipulative liar, 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 keeping in mind she never even testified. And that's a big no-no, as you know. The other part of it is the defense attorney, it was deemed incompetent counsel, ineffective assistance of counsel, because he didn't bring an expert witness in. And apparently there was some evidence to suggest that it was not intentionally set and or she didn't set it. So this attorney is following through on that. The techniques apparently have advanced and progressed since that time. So yeah, if it's in fact something that is justified and that there is evidence to that effect, I think it's a great move.
Michael, thank you for that. We caught up with him briefly late in the day yesterday. Let's take a look at some of what he said.
If you look at the situation she was in, the absolute terror of that situation is fight or flight. And so if you don't remember specific details and they're inconsistent, at the end of the day, the fire science tells us there was no arson. And if there's no arson, there's no crime.
Ooh, okay. Michael, do we see maybe a defense theme there in his last line of the interview?
Yeah, if there's no arson, there's no crime. And then he talks about the fact that she panicked and fled the scene and hit her husband. I'm looking forward to seeing what the evidence is. Sometimes you have battles of the experts. Sometimes you only have one expert. And again, we have seen advances in the arson field and investigations since this matter went to trial. So that could be very important, whether for the prosecution or the defense. So I think that's what he's alluding to, and I think that's where they're going to go on this trial.
Yeah, great points. Michael, so curious to see how the boys are doing. Of course, our hearts go out to them. You have to wonder, after all these years, do they feel any differently? We saw how they appeared in that interview with 48 Hours, but who knows now? Thoughts on how they, as potential witnesses, might be able to influence this case?
Well, I think now, I don't know the first trial, and I suspect in the first trial there was some uncertainty that they had. But it's clear from their interviews now that the two sons are convinced that the mother actually killed the father. So certainly they're going to be favorable to the prosecution. They're going to, I hate using the word skew, but they're going to slant their testimony in that direction. So I think they will certainly be a weapon for the prosecution to the extent that they can, keeping in mind she apparently wanted to leave the husband and move on, and that's going to be something that they can describe to the jury.
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait to see. They're getting ready to do the opens in a couple of minutes. And Michael J. Brown, thank you so much for all the great analysis. You're going to be standing by.
Welcome back to an all-new episode of 10 to Life with me, Annie Elise. Now, today's case that we're talking about, guys, it's very controversial. So let me just make a PSA right now. Please don't get super wild in the comments. I do want everybody sharing their opinions, but let's try to keep it adult. Let's try to keep it respectful, because there are going to be, I don't know, there already are a lot of differing opinions out there. So I would imagine there will be a lot of differing opinions today. I mean, and the reason why is this case, it talks about an affair, possible arson, lots of strange coincidences. We'll call them that for now. There's a lot to go over. So I need to lower my bills because relationship did start off a little bit different than some do. It was kids first, then marriage. Marriage was more of like the cherry on top of their happily blended family. And part of the reason for why they actually waited to get married for 4 years is because when they met in 1989, Linda was going through a divorce at the time. She also had 2 little girls from that previous marriage, Ashley, who was just 3 years old, and Brittany, who was 2 years old. Now, it couldn't have been easy to get back into the dating pool while going through a divorce with 2 little kids. But luckily, Linda met, a diamond in the rough, if you will, because Todd seemed like the total package. Not only was he tall, dark, and handsome, but he loved kids. He didn't have any of his own at the time, though, but he didn't shy away from the idea of starting a family. In fact, when Linda met him, she told him right off the bat about her divorce and her children. And Todd's response to that was, well, that's perfect. I'll only make boys then. Kind of just trying to joke with her and calm her down and just, make it feel good, make her feel secure. And from there, the 2 of them hit it off. Just like Todd had predicted, their 2 children together were boys. The oldest was named Trevor. The younger one was named Trenton. And after they had all 4 of their children now, Todd and Linda decided it was time to get married. It was a really happy day, too, with all of their friends, all of their family, their 4 children. I mean, a beautiful day. In addition to her own kids, Linda also had a 2-year-old nephew named Corey. Now,
It sounds also normal and typical and just happens every day in every single family and every family in America and probably in other countries. So isn't it funny how something so typical and normal and everyday can turn so tragic?
Corey didn't have the best family life, and Linda hated seeing that for him. It really weighed heavily on her. So one night, Todd sat her down, and he kind of just floated the idea by her of Corey moving in with them. Linda was, of course, taken aback by such a nice, grand, selfless gesture from Todd, but that was just who he was. It was always family first. So their family of 6 grew to a family of 7 once Corey moved in. And life was good. All the brothers and sisters were fairly close in age, so it was kind of like pure chaos with all the kids running around, but organized chaos, in the best way. And Todd loved every single second of it. So did Linda. Not once did he say, oh, these are my sons, this is my nephew, these are my stepdaughters. He would just say, here are all of my children. And all of these children called him dad. Todd and Linda raised their family in Lawrence, Michigan, and Lawrence is a very cozy, close-knit community with just under 1,000 residents. It's the kind of place where, everybody knows your name, kids can play safely out in the streets. When the streetlights come on, that's when you come home, that kind of vibe. They also have a bunch of community events where people are all getting together. They have amazing schools. They host these fun family events like the Ox Roast or the Homecoming Festival, where it just brings everybody in the community together. Think like small town movie vibes even. It's also surrounded by beautiful jaw-dropping landscapes. I mean, truly gorgeous. So many parks, so many outdoor activities to enjoy, just an amazing place to raise kids. And Todd and Linda could not imagine a better home and a better town to do that in. So Todd actually built and designed the house that the family lived in, which sat on 120 acres. And like I said, Todd loved sports, so he never missed the opportunity to coach all of the children's sports teams. It seemed really, truly like he was super dad. And he and Linda were very, very happy. For a while, at least. But as time went on, Todd allegedly began to change. And this darkness underneath this picture-perfect life, it was revealed. Now, this has been disputed, which I'll get into in a bit here. But according to some of the reports, his temper started to get shorter and shorter. And one time when Ashley was there to witness it, Todd apparently got mad at Linda and he threw this full basket of laundry directly at her. He also began staying out with his friends. He was drinking late at night. He was drinking till he was too drunk to come home on his own. It just seemed as though things were beginning to spiral. And on these nights, Linda would have to wake all 5 of the kids up. She'd have to pack them into the car. She'd have to go pick Todd up during these drunken outings because, of course, she couldn't leave them home alone with no grown-ups around. And it was devastating. When she would pick him up, he was angry, he was drunk, and he would start screaming matches with her right in front of all of the kids. It was awful. And when Linda's oldest daughter, Ashley, started to hit her middle school years, she started gaining a little more confidence, and she started speaking her mind, which, according to her, this only made Todd more upset. He would allegedly hit her with a belt, with his hands, even a phone at one point. He would also verbally abuse her as well, saying things like, "You're a two-legged dog, just like your mom. You're going to be a whore, just like she is." And I'm sure it's absolutely no surprise that a man who could do that to his children could also be violent towards his wife. It wasn't a regular thing, but at least once he did reportedly leave a visible bruise on her. But after that incident, like so many men do, so many abusers in general do, he apologized, he sent flowers, he tried to say it would never happen again, and Linda believed his apology. She believed that things would go back to normal. But that didn't exactly happen. In fact, Linda eventually discovered that Todd had a record from before she even met him. He had misdemeanor drug charges, a conviction for misdemeanor assault and battery. He also had a DUI. But even when Linda found all of that out, it didn't really change anything. She stayed in this marriage. She just hoped that Todd would be able to find better ways to cope with his anger and that maybe this was just a phase. However, one of the biggest issues for Todd and Linda in terms of causing arguments was money. They were $75,000 in debt, and Linda worked in a dialysis factory, which I'm not exactly sure what that means. I know what dialysis is. It's basically a treatment that functions as the kidneys when the kidneys are unable to. So I'm guessing that maybe she worked in a factory that helped manufacture the tools or the equipment for that. And as for Todd, he owned his own business where he sold gloves and sometimes some hunting suits. But in general, he didn't work a ton. Instead, he borrowed money from his mom, which, as you can imagine, only created more conflict between him and Linda because she was basically like, hi, why are you borrowing money when you are fully able to work and just, choosing not to? But to be fair, it wasn't just Todd creating financial tension for the marriage. You see, Linda, like I said, loved horses, but it went beyond just love. She had a total, absolute obsession. She had 31 of them. Right at the house. Not that they were all hers, she helped take care of some for other people, but you don't have to be like a professional equestrian to know that taking care of one horse is expensive, let alone 31 of them. So you might be wondering, how did Linda do that on an already stretched budget? Well, she took out a line of credit for $25,000. So between the horses and the line of credit, Todd thought that the horses were basically like money pits and not necessary, whereas Linda wasn't willing to give them up, not at all, because not only did they bring her joy, but she felt like they were bringing in valuable income because so many of them were now being boarded on their property, meaning that other people had to pay her to keep them there, almost like renting it, like not babysitting, but you know what I mean? Like you're boarding it, kind of like you board.
This is actually interesting because it's telling us a little bit more about the love story. I didn't know that he had actually, that there was physical abuse on his end in the relationship, and it sounds like it's confirmed. So I don't know. Maybe it is a series of coincidences that she didn't mean to burn down the house and that he really did get out of the fire and was running around and she accidentally hit him. But man, what kind of luck is that? Like, you get out of the fire and you're driving away because you left your phone in the fire and you hit your husband.
Or a dog. But another source of tension came when Todd found himself on the police's radar for something unrelated. Now, this thing was wild, and it kind of threw a wrench in everything, although there were already plenty of wrenches. But he was on their radar for possible arson. See, 2 properties of his randomly caught fire, completely burning.
Okay, so he is on radar for arson. That's very interesting. And his house burns down? I don't know.
To the ground. One of the homes was in Portage, Michigan, and the other one was in Three Rivers, Michigan. One of the properties was actually the one that both Todd and Linda lived in at one point too, and it was now involved in arson. Now, Todd was never charged, and neither was Linda, but police were always suspicious of the fires because one time, okay, sure, maybe, but twice, really?
Okay, so she mentioned that Linda wasn't charged either, so obviously Linda was on their radar as well then. So it could have been either one of them that started that fire, or both of them.
I mean, that doesn't really happen, and it didn't really help that both times it happened, Todd and Linda were in debt pretty badly, and they needed money fast. So I couldn't confirm for a fact if they would have ever gotten an insurance payout or not, and what the size of that would have been. But from my research, I do feel like it's pretty safe to say that they would have gotten an insurance payout if their house was lost in a fire. So as the years went on, and now some of the kids were starting to move out of the house as they got older, things didn't get better for Todd and Linda. By 2007, divorce kind of seemed inevitable. But Linda and Todd were still in denial, and they felt like they could save the marriage. They could make things work. As of January 6th of that year, Ashley was no longer living at home because she was an adult, and so that evening she called her parents to talk to her mom. However, when the phone picked up, it wasn't Linda, it was Todd, and he was not happy at all. And according to Ashley, when she asked to speak with her mom, Tom said something very unnerving. He said, "Your mom's not here, but I had a conversation with God, and I'm not decided yet, but one of us is leaving in a body bag, and it's either me or your mom." Now, I can't even imagine what Ashley was thinking in those moments, okay? Like, that
doesn't sound good at all. The more she is talking, either she is on Linda's side, or I don't know.
That is so alarming to hear and scary. But like, what do you mean you've already had a conversation with God and one of you is leaving in a body bag? Like, what on earth is going on? But as it turned out, earlier that evening, Todd and Linda had gotten into one of their worst arguments in their entire marriage. It was ugly. The fight was not only their usual back and forth about money, but also, according to their sons who witnessed this fight, it was about an alleged affair. Apparently, Linda had been seeing a coworker named Chris Williams, and she had been seeing him for a little while. Somehow, Todd found out about her cheating, and it absolutely sent him off the rails. There was no turning things around at that point for Todd and Linda. I mean, mounting debt was one thing, but now sleeping around or sleeping with somebody else, that was another. So once the two of them stopped arguing, they sort of headed off to different areas to just like cool down, to gather themselves, to just collect themselves. It's unclear where Linda went and why Todd didn't let her know that her daughter had called. But by the next morning, Todd and Linda started fighting again, just kind of picked right back up where they left off. But this time, it was once again about money. So Linda, again, decided to just get away, get some air, clear her head, and she decided to head to the gas station. She wanted to grab some food, get some gas, and just take a breather for a moment. She knew that when she got back, she was going to finally have that big divorce conversation with Todd, the one that they had both been putting off for so long. So when she got back home, she told the 3 boys to get out of the house for a little while. She didn't want them to overhear this conversation, especially if it got ugly, so head out, me and your dad are going to talk for a little bit. Linda just thought that it was going to be too hard on them to hear everything and that it would just be better for everybody if they didn't have to be around for it. So she suggested that they leave and go see a movie. It wasn't necessarily like a true suggestion. It was more like her saying like, hey, get up, go right now, go see a movie, just get out of the house. Brittany, the daughter, wasn't around the house for this. It's not clear whether she was still living at home at this point or not, but in any event, she told the boys to go. So when Trenton went to go say goodbye to Todd, who was lying on the couch, Linda stopped him from doing so and said, hey, don't do that. Your dad's sleeping. Don't wake him up. Basically, she just wanted them to like scurry out of the house as quickly as possible. Don't say goodbyes. Don't wake anybody up. Just go. I need to have this conversation. She wanted them out of the house right away. So after the boys left, Linda and Todd argued about the divorce for a while. Eventually, later into that evening, Linda went to do some laundry in the basement while Todd was upstairs watching TV. And when she was gathering up the clothing, she found a towel that she had assumed Todd had put down there to get washed. But the towel smelled like gasoline. Now, she didn't think much of it at the time. They lived on a farm, and Todd was always out working on stuff, including cars and farm equipment, so it wouldn't be unusual for him to get some gasoline on him and maybe wipe it off with a towel. So she decided to just throw it in with the wash like usual, with everything else. But then, all of a sudden, Todd started screaming. But it was different than his angry screaming. This sounded like he was scared and like he was in an immense amount of pain. So Linda dropped what she was doing, and she ran upstairs to see what was going on. Well, when she got to the living room, flames were spreading all through the room, and Todd was on fire. Linda didn't know what to do. She couldn't get to Todd because the fire was already really, really big. It was still spreading. So she decided to get out of the house and find help. But at that point, other neighbors were starting to see that the house was on fire, and they started heading over to the house to make sure that Todd and Linda were safe. But when they got to the driveway, they noticed that Todd and Linda's van was backing.
We were leaving, and for housekeeping matters, Your Honor, it was a little bit awkward, but now I just want to make for the record, we move for the admission of Exhibit H, point 1 to 11. We move for the admission of Exhibit I, point 1 to 25.
I will be putting everything we do down in our YouTube show
I
notes.
presume they're all photographs,
If
correct?
you want to continue watching anything
Are they all
that we
photographs,
stop,
Mr. Mueller? They're all photographs?
it'll be there.
Okay.
They're
Any
all
ob-
his photographs.
Okay, any objection, prosecutor?
No objection.
No, okay.
Thank you.
I'll admit those.
We're only talking about a select number, just 'cause I don't want to take all afternoon, but you took 141 photographs over probably 2 days, right?
Correct.
Why so many pictures?
It's digital, you just keep snapping. It's easy to do, and you cover areas, and you look at two pictures of the same location from a little different angle, you might be able to see more in it.
Because documenting your investigation is very important, right?
Yes.
In fact, you teach that.
Yes.
And have taught the importance of documenting your evidence, right?
Yes.
And you probably heard the phrase, you can never take too many pictures, just too few pictures.
Correct.
Right. And when you've taught documenting your evidence and how important it is, you ever heard the phrase, and you may have used it, if it's not written down, it didn't happen.
Yes.
You subscribe to that mantra when you're teaching?
Yes.
Right. So when we talk about the excavation, I'm going to show you, sir, just to put, I guess, in perspective, you walked around the house first, am I right?
Yes.
Which is standard part of doing an investigation. Typically, wherever you choose to start, I like to say 12 o'clock, and you just kind of go in a circle and take some big pictures before you get into the narrow and nitty gritty stuff, right?
Your Honor, I guess, again, I think we're stepping on this. He's not being called as an expert. Now we're asking him how he does a fire scene investigation.
Yes, how he takes pictures and what goes into his mind to take the pictures he does.
I'll allow you to testify factually what he did when he got there, but not as an expert.
I'm not asking for his opinion. This is factual background.
Well, you can ask him what he did in this case.
The first thing you did was walk around the house and took pictures, correct?
When I got to that point in the investigation, yes.
And you had an understanding of kind of the layout of the house. Remember that?
Yes.
The floor plan of the house.
Yes.
From Brittany, Ms. Stermer's daughter.
Correct.
Right. So you were showing some exhibits, 2 pages. You remember those?
I haven't seen those yet, but I'm familiar with them.
All right.
If
May I
it's-
approach?
You may.
These, and I think these were published as Exhibit 7 to the jury, are frankly only marginally better than my handwriting. I'm going to show you now what are a couple of drawings, floor plans, and see if those would help you illustrate your testimony a little bit in terms of where you were looking and what you were trying to find when you were excavating.
Yeah, a cleaned up version of what Brittany gave us.
Okay. You'd be able to help illustrate your testimony with those, correct?
Yes.
And those accurately represent the floor plan as you understood it.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, and move for the admission of Exhibit O, pages 27 and 28. Okay.
Court will receive those.
Page 27 is a floor.
So where you can visually see this, feel free.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Page 27 is just a floor plan of the main floor, correct?
Yes.
And as you see on the bottom, the west is heading straight up at 12 o'clock, so north would be at 3 o'clock.
Correct.
Can everybody see this? All right. So you kind of had an idea of the foyer of the house, foyer of the house was in front. We have a pantry and a kitchen and a dining room as we go around the north to the back of the house, right?
Correct.
This bay window was at the back of the house.
Yes.
right? And then we had the master bedroom in the back, which would be southwest corner, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And these dimensions, as you understood, were accurate, right?
I don't have any dimensions on Brittany's. I'm looking at the prints that came from the township records were not very good.
But they also describe dimensions, right?
Right, yeah.
And you wouldn't have any reason to quibble if it was basically 18 by 18 and then a little bit more on top?
No, I don't have any issues with that.
So one of the things you're doing is in excavating, trying to dig down and find evidence you told us that might help you determine the origin of the fire, right?
Correct.
And the cause of the fire, the cause
Your Honor,
of
I'm going to raise an objection again. We're talking about cause and origin with the person that's not here to give an opinion on cause and origin.
This is why he excavates. This is why he does what he does.
Right, but if he didn't, did he give one here in this case?
He has not given any opinion and is not going to be asked to give an opinion about cause and origin in this case.
Any questions on cause and origin, then I find it relevant.
I didn't ask any questions on cause and origin, but I'll move ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So let's talk about some of these photographs. I want to go through, I keep losing my pencil. On Exhibit H, page 1, oops. It's just, would this be your kind of cover sheet?
Yes.
Date 1907, would that be when you received the assignment?
Yes.
And likely your memory is probably a couple days later, the 11th, you went out there?
No, I would have, I didn't review all of that with the dates, but I received the assignment the day of the 9th, which was probably the day I set up my file.
Okay.
So I could have gotten a call the night before and set it up to go on the 9th, because I interviewed Linda Stermer on 9 and 10.
So that makes sense. You would have at least done some beginning investigation, scene investigation since you were there.
I don't believe I got there till the 9th.
Okay.
I don't have my laptop with me or my actual photos where you could go in electronically and see what day they were taken.
Let's go to the second picture. I want to go to, let's see here. Give me 1 second. Photograph 2. What are you trying to show here?
Just would be the east side of the home. I would call it the front side because the driveway comes into that.
We'll call it the front. Which would be down at the bottom here.
Correct.
Then you went to, looks like a little bit around to the left.
Yes.
Part of your walk around.
Yes.
Exhibit 6 kind of circles back around, and we're talking about that back southwest corner.
Yes.
All right. What are you trying to depict here?
Be the southwest corner.
Just the general damage.
General overview of the home.
Number 8, picture of the rear of the house.
Yes.
Same thing, just trying to depict general damage to the house so you can get your arms around what you're going to do next.
Correct.
All right. And then 42 should be the next one. Is a picture showing some of the inside of the house. You see that?
By looking at them, so that's probably a picture shot in one of the windows.
All right, I wanted to talk to you about that. Your report talks about how this was a difficult excavation or difficult scene on page 12 of your report, if you have it. You remember it being difficult because there was a whole lot of damage and the roof fell in?
Yeah, it would be, yeah. The farther along the fire is in the home, the more difficult it is to actually investigate.
When you say it's difficult to investigate, why?
You don't have as many indicators, you know, more of the house, more of the room left. Your fire patterns that you might have in a small fire, markings on the wall, damage to the studs are not in that condition. You know, extensive burning here in that center portion.
And extensive collapse.
Yes.
And in fact, safety, I take it, for you fire investigators is paramount, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is why I think you didn't do the excavation and you brought an excavator the next time you went out on 15th.
Correct, yeah. You had to get inside to do the excavation at basement level. You had stuff hanging over that may or may not fall down on you.
Right. And because you're concerned about safety, you didn't even go inside the house then. You just took pictures, as I understand it, from the windows that you were describing.
I probably would have gone through the inside as much as I could, just general photos.
Next one is photograph number 47. Can you tell us what that you're trying to describe here?
It's a photograph of the interior with the wire racks there. Oops, let me see.
I think we're dancing around very carefully, I might add, expert testimony here again. The problem is he's showing him the photographs, asking what's in the photograph. Well, as a fire investigator, he can't not but offer some expert opinion in why this photograph is relevant and why it's important. He can't really give a factual witness testimony in this situation. So I've heard him even talk about looking for fire patterns and things of that nature as we've been sitting here. So,
Your Honor, I'm simply asking, what did you take? What does it show?
This is way beyond the scope of direct, even though that is allowed. The court's allowed to limit it as well, and it does seem that you're going
I asked
into
that I have some
expert.
latitude for cross-exam. I'm just going to go through these photos. What were you trying to show?
Okay,
Simple.
I'm going to have you move on.
Thank you. Then 54, what does that picture show?
Picture
Your Honor,
Sustaining the objection, it's beyond the scope, and it's he's not here as an expert witness unless you wish
Fair
to
enough.
try to
You
lay the
are
foundation.
not here as an expert witness, and you have not been asked, despite your experience, to give any opinion testimony in this case by the prosecutor. Is that right?
That's correct.
Give me 1 second. One second, Your Honor.
He's going to go around it somehow. I wish I had more legal experience. I only worked in a law office for a year.
I have no more questions for you, sir. Thank you very much for coming. Go Huskies.
That's your stuff. Mr. Mueller, is that yours on the podium? Okay.
Housekeeping.
Yeah.
Got it. My wife says, pick up after myself. Thank you.
I'm going to start out with these questions if I can first. You have Defense Exhibit H in front of you still?
Yes.
All right. And looking at these photographs, since they've been admitted here, were these photographs taken before or after you did any excavation or interior examination of this scene?
Would have been before.
Before. So if you're looking at photograph number, looks like a bunch of zeros and 8 at the bottom right corner. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does it appear that there's some piles and things in that photograph?
Yes, there is. Outside the sliding door, there's a large pile of building materials and debris. Also, as there is to the right in that photo, which is going to be to the south. There's also stuff under that upper floor deck. Looks like a pile of debris or stuff.
Do you have any idea what that is? As far as where it came from or how it got there?
No, I'm assuming that it probably was pushed out the windows or thrown out the windows.
Gone from the speculate, and then he just said probably, so he doesn't know.
I'll have you move. It's already asked and answered, so.
Yeah, I was just going to ask basically, if you, and I guess to summarize, do you have any idea how that got there?
No, I didn't witness anyone put it.
And with respect to today's hearing, or excuse me, today's testimony, I should say, had you had any contact with Mr. Mueller's office or Mr. Mueller?
No, I don't believe so, other than at one point got a subpoena for files that I, of course, sent to Farm Bureau.
Fair. And had you had any telephonic or email contact with Mr. Kelly?
No.
On again. Thank you.
And had you had any indication that you were going to be asked any questions about the report that you prepared in this case?
No.
And with respect to your expected testimony here in court, was that limited to the transcripts that you've testified about here some hours ago?
Yes.
And was that all you were asked to prepare for today?
Yes.
And when you're investigating any type of scene, strike that. When you were a state trooper, we'll go back to that level. Witness statements, are they important?
Yes.
Why?
General information, firsthand view of what they saw, what they observed, what they knew.
And as a now a fire investigator, are eyewitness statements important?
Yes.
Why?
The same information, and if they have descriptions of flames, fire, where they saw it, that kind of stuff is helpful in determining where the fire originated.
Would you consider the statements of Linda Stermer to be important to your investigation?
Yes.
Explain why.
She was in the home at the time the fire occurred based on the statements and information. So she would have the best information to provide on any of the events that were there and going on.
And were you aware of how many persons were in the home on January 7th, 2007?
As far as I know, it was her and her husband.
And obviously, Mr. Stermer is not here to tell us that about what happened, correct?
Correct.
When you are conducting your investigation, you were asked questions on cross about finances and marital discourse and things of that nature. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And are those fairly standard questions you asked during the course of your interviews?
Yes.
And why is that information relevant to your interview?
To try to understand what the normal life and events were for the people that were there, that lived in the home.
And I guess, can you kind of expound upon why that would be important for your investigation?
Just the normal life, what was going on, were there any issues, were there any outside threats from anyone, threats up between each other. We have a standard interview form. You can answer all the questions. You get answers to the questions, but if you don't talk to the person, you really don't know what's going on unless you talk to the person and listen to them, ask questions, and then have a discussion over it.
And very generally speaking, could those questions possibly also yield or point you in the right direction as to the cause of the fire?
Yes.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor? I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Shimsky, did you just say that the interview that you obtain helps you lead to determining the cause of the fire?
It could be helpful.
What else would be helpful?
Any of the general information. Things that we identify when we go through the investigation, damage to the home, electrical equipment needs to be examined, mechanical equipment needs to be examined to determine whether or not there was a failure or an issue with any of those. And by doing the excavation, you can determine that.
But the interview is the first part of your information that you use to help determine the cause of the fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you do anything to corroborate the information you received in the interview?
I guess on the statements with the discussion between Linda Stermer and I don't know how I could corroborate that other than what she explained to me when I asked a question in our discussion.
Well, as an investigator, would you ever talk to other family members that was in the house or that lived in the house?
There was no one else home at the time the fire occurred based
understand.
on the information.
I'm talking about family members. I didn't say that was in the house the day of the fire, but you knew in your interview that the nucleus of the family existed of three young men, right?
Yes.
Did you ever interview them?
No, I did not. As I said, my job was not the follow-up legwork that goes on outside of the fire scene investigation. The insurance companies will contract generally to another party to separate the fire origin and cause from any other investigation.
You've been shown a copy of your report that you prepared, right?
Yes.
You turn to page 7.
I'm just going to raise the objection now as far as we're refreshing your recollection, or we're going to have to testify from the report. It's just based on past practices. I'm just inquiring.
Is this refreshing recollection? If so, he'll need to look at the report and then put it down.
Yes, but otherwise, further, that he previously testified that he didn't talk to anyone but Linda Stermer.
So if it's a prior inconsistent statement, then you don't need to have him look at his report unless you're refreshing his memory. I'm not clear.
That's why I asked him, did he have his report?
Right, it's just, it looks like he's reading off of the report.
It looks like he's reading off the report?
Yes, he's holding it in his hand. So what is this for? Is it a prior inconsistent statement?
Yes.
Okay, so you can, if he needs, you could ask, what did he previously say?
Yes.
X, Y, Z.
Thank you, Judge.
Look,
May I also raise the objection to ask the answer? We're going to ask about people who's talking that was asked by Mr. Mueller on the cross.
I'll allow it.
So Can you review the lower part of your report on page 7?
Yeah, the part where it talks about that I interviewed Mr. Matheny, I do not recall that.
Well, you prepared this report, or did somebody else prepare this report?
I prepared this.
You typed it?
No, I would have dictated it and sent it to our office.
Okay.
Who does the typing, and then they send it back to us.
And that's the process you do on all your reports, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, when I previously asked, did you talk to anyone else to corroborate or to validate any information in reference to Ms. Stermer's interview? You said no.
And I did not recall talking to Mr. Matheny, and then looking at the report, his girlfriend, Ms. Calhoun, and also in the report, I did, of course, talk with the fire chief to get the general information from them.
Now, this was on January the 17th of 2007. January the 17th of 2007.
The 15th.
January 15th. Your numbers sometimes could be because your report starts out with saying that your date was on January the 7th. Now, Judge, if I could just do my cross, I will be finished and I will sit down. I promise.
Okay.
I respect Mr. Kelly's right to do his cross, but I just,
my job, Judge.
but we need to do it, follow the rules, Your Honor.
I'm gonna overrule, it's a leading question, but it's cross.
Just so we can get a clarification in reference to dates. On page 5 of this document, your report, contact with insured. On January the 7th of 2007, would that be a typographical error?
No.
Okay, so that's the date that you actually got, you made a contact with someone in reference to the Stermer house?
Yes. Yes.
Did the insurance company contact you on January the 7th?
I'd have to look. I have the date that I opened my file on the 9th.
Right.
And I would have received the file. They would have called or sent it into the office. The office would have notified me and then would have set up a file and sent it to me electronically.
Okay.
And I don't have in my report the exact date that I was contacted. No, it was, I received Rodney Thuma, Farm Bureau of Insurance, contacted Kirby Bailey, on January 7th, request origin and cause investigation of a fire that occurred at the Stermer residence, January 7th, 2007. And that's on page 4.
So you were contacted the same day of the fire?
Correct. After reviewing this, yes.
Okay. So now on the 15th of January, you have a conversation with Michael Matheny, right?
Yes.
What did you contact Mr. Matheny at? He hasn't answered. I haven't even asked him where he contacted Mr. Matheny yet.
I don't remember this, so I'll overrule that.
What was the question?
Where did you contact Mr. Matheny to interview him?
He was either at the fire scene, he came over, or I may have gone to his home. I don't recall. They live right next door.
So that's something that you can't validate in your report where you interviewed Mr. Matheny, right?
No, I don't, I don't recall whether it was on the site.
And did you interview Miss Connie Calhoun the same day?
No, I don't believe that I talked with Connie. I have in my report information that Mr. Matheny referenced about what him and Miss Calhoun were doing on the day of the fire. They were leaving to go bowling when they noticed the smoke at the Stermer home.
But you reached out to them to find out what they knew about the fire. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that more than likely, yes.
How did you get their information?
Probably from the fire department.
Beg your pardon?
Probably from the fire report.
From the
The fire department report.
Or from the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department?
That's possible.
Okay. And the information you obtained from Mr. Matheny, you also found out that there was some clothing that had been taken out of Mr. Matheny's truck.
Objection, hearsay.
Your report.
Your Honor, in the court rule, my objection of hearsay.
Yeah, I'll sustain
All
that
right.
objection.
Now, for clarification, are these the only other individuals that you interviewed in reference to the Stermer fire?
Yes, I believe so.
And the further questions, yeah.
Mr. Blair, any other?
I have some very brief follow-up.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that when you're working for an insurance company, you're kind of only a piece of the insurance investigation?
Yes,
And you were hired in this case to do investigate the fire, is that correct?
correct.
And I think you may have touched on this earlier when it comes to finances or other aspects that you may have learned through your interview, you turn that over to a different person in the insurance company?
Correct, yeah, the insurance company would hire someone separate and I would have nothing to do with that.
So it's fair to say, I guess, in one of these types of cases, there's like an insurance investigative team that kind of works on these.
Yes,
Overruled, I'll allow it.
And you made this original report you've been asked to review approximately 18 years ago?
yes,
And I think I've already asked this, but you were not asked to review it in advance of today's testimony, is that correct?
no, I was not.
Is there a way that law enforcement can request a copy of your insurance report?
Yes, there is.
And you have knowledge of that from possibly working in the state police or other ways?
Yes. Yeah.
How's that done?
Section 29.5 of the Fire Prevention Code provides for the release of insurance file information on a claim when requested by law enforcement. And law enforcement has a form they fill out for their investigation, documents they're trying to get. They send that to the insurance carrier. And if they approve it, the law says that they shall provide the claim file documentation.
And just because I feel like this has been danced around a little bit, did you prepare your report or any of your investigation for law enforcement?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good.
We're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Jury, any questions of this witness? Yes. Okay.
They sure do take long sidebars in this case. This is Parawomenradio, and we are watching day 3 of a Michigan woman's court case. Linda Stermer, she's charged with unaliving her husband, Todd. Burned down the house, tried to burn him in it. He got out, was burning in the driveway, and she ran over him with the van. She says it's by accident. She said she left her phone in the house, and she was screaming down the road to get help, and he was burning, so he was racing all around and ran out in front of the van. In other words, she has really bad luck. But in listening to some cases or some videos while on the break, both of them had been suspected of arson. So, you know, so there's that. So there's that, right? Right, Junie? They're up on a sidebar. Linda's team is a little spicy. They feel like they're not getting their voice heard, I think, by the judge. Be sure to give us some hearts, show us some love. If you're over on YouTube, there is a heart button, a smiley button, a party button, an embarrassed button, and a 100 button that you can even give us. Helps us go out into the algorithm. Do some partying out there. Bring more people back. It's just a free way to.
Determined under the law not to ask some of the questions that have been presented, but I do have some questions that I will be asking you, sir. No objection from counsel. If you know, was Linda aware that your interviews with her were being recorded?
Yes.
Are there, and if you know, are there any recordings or transcripts of any other interviews other than Linda's?
No, there are not.
Okay. Why?
I believe I just had a brief conversation with Mr. Matheny. I may have been at the fire scene or at his home, and I just took notes from that.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel, any follow-up questions in light of those questions and answers?
Is that a fairly common practice in your line of work for certain persons you interview to just take notes and then memorialize it in a report later?
Yes, homeowner, someone that was involved in or at the scene of the fire, normally you would record those. And if it's door-to-door neighborhood canvas, that kind of thing, you would just take handwritten notes on it.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, any questions?
Just do.
Did I understand that you said you did not record any of the other interviews?
No, the interview of Mr. Matheny or the fire chief, no.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions in light of those questions and answers? Nope. Is this witness excused from subpoena, counsel? Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no objection.
No objection? Okay. You're done and you're excused from your subpoena obligations. And I guess other than your own materials, you can hand me the other.
Yeah, this is all defense, that's prosecutor.
Okay, none of that's yours?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Sider? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could call Don Williams to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and when you're settled, I'll have you give us your full name and spell your last, please.
Is Don Galooze, Goulooze.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Galooze, what is your current occupation?
I am a deputy with the Berrien County Sheriff's Department assigned to commercial enforcement with the road department.
How long have you been in that role?
12 years.
And what did you do prior?
I was road patrol for the Berrien County Sheriff's Department.
And what was your role or your occupation in January 7th of 2007?
I was a road lieutenant on the day shift and just assigned a supervisory position for the Sheriff's Department.
That's still Berrien County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And were you called to assist with an investigation of a house fire on January 7th?
Yes.
And actually, I believe you didn't go out on January 7th. It was the next day. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it would have been January 8th of
January 8th.
2007? And why were you called to assist?
Part of my extra duties is I was an accident investigator, and we had equipment for measuring crime scenes, accident scenes, and everything. We call it a total station. It's a laser measuring device. And they had, Van Buren had requested me to come out to a site from, at that point, was a house fire, and measure the scene for them.
So is this something that requires specialized training?
Yes.
And is this also a specialized piece of equipment?
Yes.
And not every department has this piece of equipment, is that correct?
No, at that time, the Berrien County Sheriff's Department had one, and Michigan State Police had a few of the units.
And you called it a total station, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does this total station do?
Total station measures with a laser beam the items that you want for a CAD drawing or scale drawing. So you would set up the tripod, that would be the control point, and then you would pick a reference point, and everything from those 2 points to the object you wanted to measure. So it's like a triangulation. And as long as that reference point is there, you could go back today, set up in that same location, and put everything back in those spots.
So it's a way of just getting accurate measurements of whatever you're trying to measure on that scene?
Yes.
And like you said, you could measure it back then, and then you could actually still go back with that same piece of equipment and have the same measurements today.
Yes.
Did you go to the scene at 66598 County Road 215 Lawrence to do these measurements?
Yes.
And you used that total station?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 8. There are 4 pages there. Could you just flip through them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are copies of the scale drawings that I did. The full scene one is in a scale drawing of, I believe, 1 inch is like 65 feet. And the other ones were in a scale, it was supposed to be 1 inch equals 20 feet. So these are my drawings.
Those are the drawings that you did based on your total station measurements?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit number 8 into evidence. Yes, and there are 4 pages, Your Honor. Permission to publish? So I'm going to have you go, we'll put the first one up on the screen. So we have up the first page. Could you describe this for the jury and what we're looking at? And I do have a pointer if you need me to point out anything in particular.
Okay. This is all the measurement points that I took on that date. This is the whole scene from the roadway to the fence in the backyard.
And so I want to point out to you the long line going across the center of the page. Can you see that?
Yes,
What is that depicting?
that is the driveway.
And I want to point out then you have a marking here that I've got my pointer on just underneath the driveway kind of section. Can you see that?
The circular one would be a pile of rocks that were there at the scene.
And then just to the right of the pile of rocks, I see that there's a double line. Can you describe what the jury what they're looking at here?
Those were tire tracks that were pointed out to me by the detective there that he wanted those measured.
And were those flagged?
Yes.
And I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner. You can see there's like 3 little boxes down in the right-hand corner. What are we looking at here? What does that drawing depict?
One of them was a trailer and the other one were some vehicles, if I remember right, that were just sitting there, and they had pointed out to have those just included in the drawing.
And right then above the vehicles, there's like a V shape. What is that?
That would have been one of my control points. So that's where I would have set up the tripod with the laser.
And there's a dot in the tire tracks. Can you describe to the jury what that dot is in the tire tracks?
That is where I was directed that the victim had been laying. There was a flag there, so I had measured that also.
That was also flagged for you by law enforcement?
Yes.
And I want to go to the square then at the end of the driveway. Is that the house?
Yes.
And what is immediately to the right of the house where I have the red dot?
That was also a marked area where they said the van had been parked. And it was no longer there when I got there.
Somebody's telling him also for the truth.
I can rephrase the question.
Okay.
Was that section also marked for you by law enforcement?
Yes.
And you were also told to measure that location as well?
Yes.
And where did the tire tracks that were marked lead to that location?
The same general location, yes.
And I want to take your attention to the bottom line across the page, at the bottom of the page, going from the left-hand side to the right-hand side of the page. Does that depict anything in particular or just the property line?
Just that was all fenced in. The whole area had been fenced in.
So wherever the outside border that we're looking at here, or is it just the rear and then the side? He was on site looking at a fence, Your Honor.
All that.
Thank you.
Foundations from there.
So the line on the bottom, you said that was a fence?
Yes, yes,
The line on the right-hand side of the page, was that a fence?
yes.
And then were these lines fences or something else?
Those were fences also.
And you didn't mark any other tire tracks?
No,
And did you see any other tire tracks?
yes.
What other tire tracks did you see on scene?
I saw just other indentations in the soft ground that they did not mark anything. They said it was from fire equipment.
They were not flagged.
They were not flagged, yes.
That's sustained hearsay.
So you didn't mark any marks that were not flagged.
Correct.
I'm going to have you look at our next drawing. Look at the next drawing. And what are we looking at here?
The same drawing except blown up. It's in a larger scale, approximately 1 inch to 20 feet.
And this has all your dimensions on it as well?
Yes, the measurements from the house out, yes.
And you said some of the drawings have different scales. Is that correct? Like 1 inch equaled so many feet?
Right, as the diagram gets blown up, so the scale is blown up also.
And are those marked then on the drawings?
They were on the original ones. I do not see them on these.
So when you blow it up, what would 1 inch equal then on the blown up drawings?
They were to equal 1 inch equals 20 feet.
I'm going to go ahead and advance to the third picture. And what are we looking at here?
It's the same scale drawing, except blown up even more. And it has measurements on it.
So this one you did the actual measurements from the house to the victim?
Correct.
And that's where the flags were that you marked?
Yes.
That were marked. I'm going to go to the next drawing. And what are we looking at here?
Same increased scale of the house and a distance to where the flags were marked.
So the distance of the 19 feet 3 inches, is that the distance between the van and the house?
The van wasn't present when we did this.
I'll overrule that objection for overrule.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we're looking at 19 feet 3 inches.
Correct.
Were there any tire tracks that were flagged by the fence area?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
You look at that third picture that we were looking at, the enlarged one.
Yes,
See that? And it says victim, you see that?
Yes.
Todd Stermer was not laying there when you did measurements, correct?
No, he was not.
Okay. So you don't know the orientation of Todd Stermer.
This is what he was described as.
That's all based on what officers told you, correct?
Correct.
All right. You would have no firsthand knowledge of any orientation of Todd Stermer, correct?
Correct.
And you would have no firsthand knowledge of the van orientation from your firsthand knowledge, fair?
Only from the flags and the tire marks.
Only from the secondhand testimony or statements from the police officers as to which direction the van was facing, right?
Correct.
All right. I do notice that if we were, you correct me if I'm wrong, if we were curious as to the path Linda Stermer took before Todd Stermer was ever impacted, your diagrams don't help us, do they?
I don't follow
You were given points of reference with respect to the final resting spot of Todd Stermer, correct?
Correct.
Your documents don't show, were you aware at all that Todd Stermer was earlier in a different place?
No.
And had been dragged by some neighbors by a boat to his final resting spot?
No.
So your drawings can't help us if we're curious about where was Todd Stermer initially, fair?
Fair. Correct.
Your Honor, that's a mischaracterization of testimony. He's testified that he went by the flags and that's where the bodies were located from the flags.
He is
He's
testified.
categorizing it as to talk about where the body had been moved. There were no flags where the body was moved.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, I'll overrule it.
Thank you. You marked where there were flags, correct?
Correct.
And there were no flags to your knowledge of anything else except Todd Stermer's final resting spot, correct?
Correct.
So we're curious about where Todd Stermer,
That's a miscategorization again. It's not Todd Stermer's final resting place. It's not what was flagged, and that's in from prior testimony and prior pictures that the place of the impact before the body was moved was flagged.
is there an objection coming, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'll allow you to address it with the witness and redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. As far as you know, this is the one and only spot where you were told Todd Stermer was, correct?
That's where it was marked.
And these tire tracks that we see don't show anything except from that point to the back, toward the back of the house. Am I right?
That's the way it was marked, yes, sir.
And so there's nothing on your drawings that would help us show the path of travel of Linda Stermer and her van before you see these tire tracks. Am I right?
It goes with the direction that the going down around the side of the house.
Before you were directed to this point where you first have the tire tracks, are we clear on this?
Yes.
Right. You don't have anything up above that to the east, am I right?
No.
Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't tell us or help our jury with any path that Linda Stermer traveled before this point here, am I right?
Correct.
Oh, by the way, you don't know what caused the fire, do you?
That's not my specialty, sorry.
Let's cross-examine, just two questions. You don't know what caused the fire, fair?
Asked and answered, objection.
We didn't get an answer.
You get the answer about, you can ask it once and then move on.
Do I? No.
And you don't know where the fire started in the house, right?
No.
1 second.
Did you meet law enforcement out there?
Yes.
And so you were directed to where to take measurements from? Correct. And you were then directed where the flags were placed?
Correct.
By the law enforcement that had attended and was out there?
Yes.
Do you recall who was out there with you?
Detective Lieutenant Stump. There was another officer out there. I don't remember his name. And then the fire marshal, Scott Leeway, was out there.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, any follow-up?
What day would this have been? Was this the 8th?
This was the 8th. I think I was out there a little after 8 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of him? No. May he be excused from his subpoena,
I would
counsel?
ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Oh, I've got a question.
No.
Any objection, counsel?
Yes. I'm good with it.
Thank you, sir. You're all done. And I think I'll take that from you. Thank you. Ms. Siderbean, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you call David Hayhurst to the stand, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this house will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat and let's settle. Give us your full name and spell your last name.
Excuse me. My name is David Hayhurst. Last name is Hayhurst.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hayhurst, what is your current occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Michigan Department of State Police, assigned to the Grand Rapids Forensic Laboratory in the Forensic Biology and DNA Unit. I'm also a member of our Grand Rapids Laboratory Crime Scene Response Team.
And how long have you been in that position?
I have been in this role for over 20 years now.
So you were in that role in January 7th of 2007.
That is correct. I had just over 2 years at that point.
And are there specific areas of expertise in the crime laboratory?
There are a number of different disciplines in which we perform testing. I'm a member of few of those disciplines at our local laboratory.
What ones are you a member of?
So most of my time is spent in the forensic biology and DNA unit, more specifically as a DNA analyst. Although some small portion of my job duties is also occupied by my role in the crime scene response team from the Grand Rapids Laboratory, where we will respond to crime scenes and process for forensic evidence to bring back to the laboratory for testing.
And what type of training is required for this position?
For the role of forensic biology and DNA, we have an established training program. It's changed a little bit over the years, but by and large, it remains the same. My training for the biology portion of that is about 6 months to 9 months, and that's where I'm learning the policies, procedures in place to learn what types of testing are available. In forensic biology, we're trying to determine what type of biological material is present. Is it blood? Is it seminal fluid? Is it saliva? So there's a series of tests that we can do, and the training is specific to that. For my current role in the DNA unit, it's about 1.5 years up to 2 years of training in order to perform all of the different DNA functions. And then for crime scenes specifically, that's changed a little bit over the years, but my training involved an intensive 40-hour course of crime scene, learning a lot of different crime scene disciplines for collecting, and then a lot of on-the-job observation as a member of crime scene teams that are responding to different teams. And then as I've taken on new roles and added new responsibilities over that time, there have been some additional tasks that I've incorporated into that and additional training that goes with those tasks.
So how many crime scenes have you actually been out on and analyzed?
So best I can do is estimate. Let's say I go to about 1 a month. Typically they're larger scenes, but about 1 a month over that 20-year period, whatever that math works out to. Some years obviously more, some years less. Kind of depends on the nature of what's out and about there for us.
How many cases have you worked on where you were working with DNA and forensic biology?
Yeah, for forensic, the screening portion, I would say less so today. Today, I'm currently focused more on the DNA. As far as the screening, I might have done 3, 4, 5 cases a day throughout an entire year for the first 10 to 15 years of my career. So a number of different types of screening. For the DNA analysis, also kind of tough to give a good number there. We run cases in batches. Each batch might have 10 to 15 cases. I might run, let's say easy, 1 batch per month, maybe 2 batches per month, multiply by the number of cases. So fair to say in each of those instances, hundreds to if not thousands of different cases over that 20-year period.
Have you been qualified as an expert?
Yes, I have.
And in what areas?
I have testified in the state of Michigan and in federal courts in the areas of forensic biology, forensic DNA analysis, and crime scene processing.
And you said several state courts, or?
I actually have testified in Michigan state courts, various counties across the state. And then I've also testified in federal court, both the Eastern and Western District of Michigan, and actually got to go to Indiana once and testified in Northern Indiana.
And as part of your preparation for this, did you provide me with your curriculum vitae?
Yes, I did.
And the curriculum vitae outlines your education, your training, and your occupation and positions. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct. It's all of the various forms of additional training that I've added on after that initial training period.
Your Honor, I would move to admit People's Exhibit number 9 into evidence at this time.
We'll stipulate.
Court will receive Exhibit 9 this evening.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would also move to admit Mr. Hayhurst as an expert in forensic biology and, DNA identification and forensic biology.
We'll stipulate to that too.
Okay. Court will receive expert in forensic biology and DNA analysis.
In January of 2007, were you called to assist the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department with an investigation involving a Ford Ecoline van?
Yes, we were, and I was.
And were you present when it was searched on January 9th of 2007?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall where that search was done?
The van was being secured upon our arrival at a location that was identified as Decatur Towing. It was in the city of town of Decatur, in the area of Decatur, Michigan, and it was secured upon our arrival.
And what is your original procedure then once you arrived?
Yeah, so specific for the crime scene processing, we were requested to analyze or to process the vehicle, process the van, and note any specific forensic value to it. Specifically, there was a focus on potential for biology or for blood stains that might be present, but our process is going to be the same. We arrive on scene and our initial steps are going to be a series of documentation. So documenting the current condition of the vehicle, that would involve note-taking, how many miles are on the vehicle, is there any noted damage, any observational type things. It will involve a series of photographs of the vehicle. So again, what's the current condition of the vehicle upon our arrival? And then after that initial documentation is completed, we'll kind of jump into the more discipline specific aspects. So again, at that point is where we started looking a little more specifically for what potential biological evidence might be present on that vehicle.
So you've already alluded to it, but based on these original observations, were there any areas that you determined that could possibly be blood or DNA?
Yeah, so initially upon our arrival, the vehicle's on the ground in the garage, and even immediately across the front surfaces of the vehicle, there were visible red-brown stainings that looked characteristic of blood staining. And so that was kind of the first initial observation before we did anything. At that point, we actually took advantage of the garage that it was stored in had a vehicle lift, so we could put the vehicle up on the lift and hoist it so that we could get on the underside of the vehicle, where we again were looking to observe additional red-brown stains that were present on the underside of the vehicle.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 10. And there are 11 different photographs with little numbers at the bottom. If you could just flip through those and tell me if you recognize those photos, please.
Yes, People's Proposed Exhibit number 10 is a series of 10 photographs that appear to be photos that were taken during our processing of this vehicle. I can see some of the stickers that I applied during our processing and analysis. And these do appear to be fair and accurate photos of the vehicle upon the condition in which we were processing it.
Your Honor, our people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 10 at this time.
No objection.
Permission to publish? Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to show you, and these pictures have a number in the lower right-hand corner. So this one has a number 1, so I'll make sure you're looking at the same. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here in picture number -1?
Yes, in People's Exhibit number 10, image number 1 is an image, and the coloring's a little tough here. This is kind of the advent of digital photography for us during processing. This is a view of the front surface of the vehicle itself. In the center of the image, there's a large white rectangle. That's a scale tag. It's a way for us to, first of all, put a scale in there. It's I believe a 1-inch scale, 2-inch segment here. Might be centimeters, excuse me. But it provides a scale that's present here. And then it also allows for the identification of this area. So handwritten in text on here is my handwritten text. I can see my initials are in the lower right of that, excuse me. So the bottom line of that text is handwritten. It has our laboratory number. It has the date that we processed this vehicle. So January 9th of 07 has my initials. And then just above the laboratory number on the left-hand side is an indication of L-1. And that to me is an indication that this is the first area that we identified, again, on the front surface of that vehicle.
So you're starting at the front vehicle with your sample.
That is correct. That numbering system began at the front. It's actually, there's not a wider picture. It's more, a little bit more on the driver's side of the front of the van. And it's that lower front bumper. The bottom portion of it would almost be that kind of plastic fascia that hangs below the metal bumper itself. But it's a view of that front leading surface of the van on that front bumper.
And is this, at this time, the van is on the lift?
It's tough to say at this point whether it's on the lift or on the ground. If it's got tags, I wouldn't be able to say. Based on this photo, I wouldn't be able to say if it was yet on the ground and I'm stooped taking a picture, or whether it's up on the lift and I'm, partially raised and I'm looking at it. I wouldn't be able to tell.
I'm going to advance then to the photograph of the number 2 at the bottom right corner. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Excuse me. Yes. Image number 2 within People's Exhibit number 10 is a similar view. Again, the same tag is visible. It's a little different lighting condition of the bumper itself, but the same information on the tag, lab number, date, my initials, and identifies it as area L1. And again, the tag is above some of the visible staining that's present on the bumper itself.
And you said the staining then that you're looking at is below that tag?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough, again, the contrast in this photo, this is early digital photography for us. The red-brown staining is probably most prominently visible below the tag and slightly to the right. You can see there's a little bit of a red discoloration. Actually, it looks better on the monitor than the printout. Much better on the monitor, sorry. Yeah, that's correct. So there's some red-brown staining that's visible below the tag, slightly to the right. And in person, that staining actually is visible. It covers an area approximately 24 inches across the face of that bumper. It was heaviest in this area, but it does cover a little bit of a wider area across the front of the van. The front bumper of the van.
And I'm going to go then to photograph number 3.
Yeah, so photograph number 3, again, is a photograph of the underside of the vehicle at this point. So now the van is actually elevated, so it's easier for me to get underneath and see parts of it. What we actually see on again, you can see another one of my white tags. The color balance is a little tough on this one, dark underside, bright white tag. It's a tough camera shot. But what we actually see in the photo on the right-hand side of the photo is the front driver's side tire. You can see the rounded portion. We catch just a little bit of it in the frame of the photo. The white sticker that I've placed is on, my car terminology is not real great. It's on the axle arm that will support that tire. And what we actually see is there's some red-brown staining on the leading edge of that arm that will support the tire itself. Again, driver's side, the front-facing portion is imaged here, and it has that red-brown staining that's present.
And I just want to be clear, the red-brown staining you are then discussing is then down and to the left of the sticker?
That is correct.
So
a lot of portions on the underside of this vehicle did show signs of rust, so it does kind of present a little bit of a challenge, but real specifically the area you just identified, where you can see it's a little darker in its appearance, that would be the red-brown staining that we're looking at and we're focusing on.
And I should have asked you sooner, when you have these white tags, is that signified then where you're taking samples from?
That is correct. So this tag actually would indicate that this is the area that we identified as LV2, and it's the second of the series of samples that we're going to collect from the underside of this vehicle.
And I'm going to advance now to photo number 4.
Yeah, photo number 4 is the next in the series of stains that we identified on the underside of this vehicle. Again, this is the leading face, or we're looking from front to back on the van, underside of the van. It's on the driver's side of the van, not the passenger side. And this is some kind of a protective box that's on the van, has been welded to protect some feature of the automotive component. But what we see is in the corner of this box, just below the white tag, is an area, again, of red-brown staining that was an area of focus. Again, that box had kind of a sharp, pointy corner to it, and that would be an area that appears to have captured some red-brown staining. This tag in this instance identifies this area as LV3.
And that would mean then the third sample you took.
That is correct.
And when you said the little point below the sticker, I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same thing. Is my pointer on the correct photo or correct point there?
Yes, that's correct. Again, that corner both stained up, over, and back a little bit, but right on that leading edge corner of that protective box.
And I'm going to go to photo number 5. And could you explain to the jury what this is?
Photo number 5 is again another image of that same area. It's that same protective box. We have a slightly different lighting quality to this photo, so perhaps it's a little easier to visualize. Again, this represents area LV3, again, the third stain that we've identified. And again, you can see that discoloration right on that corner of that protective box itself. Plenty of other rusty areas underneath the van, but we see there's a little bit of a change in the kind of the color, the intensity of that red that really piqued our interest. Instead of being rust elsewhere, this is the area of actual staining that we were focused on.
I'm going to advance then to photo number 6. And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so photo number 6 is actually not too far. It's kind of adjacent to the box that we saw in the last photo. Photo number 6 is actually an image of the driver's side running board. The van had sidestep running boards. And this is actually an image from the underside looking towards the outside. So we're actually seeing the part that you wouldn't see if you're standing outside the van. You'd only see if you're standing below the van. And again, we see that there's this area of red-brown discoloration. This had a more like a silvery, almost like an aluminum type of an appearance. And so the red-brown staining is a little more visible in this. This is what we identified as area LV4. Would be the 4th area where we saw red-brown staining underneath the vehicle.
And you said this was also on the driver's side?
That is correct.
I'm going to advance now to photo number 7 in the bottom right corner. Can you explain what this is?
Yeah, again, this is very similar to the last view. Again, just a little bit of a tweak in the lighting or the imaging. You can see a slightly different appearance. Same LV4, same red-brown stain along the running board side of the vehicle. But again, we see this appearance of that staining that is present.
I'm going to advance now to photo number 8. Could you explain what this is?
Yeah, so photo number 8 is a little bit further back. Again, we're on the underside of the vehicle. We're on the driver's side still. This is again, here's my terminology, it's not great. The rear axle of the vehicle. This is we see that there's a cylinder shape that runs across the photo left to right. That's the portion of the back axle that is going to then support that rear tire. We see that there are several U-bolts that are kind of holding that vehicle to that axle. And as you look on the U-bolt itself and then on the axle that's next to it, we see that there is red-brown staining. In this image, it would be to the right. Again, my number tag is here, present, LV5 in this instance. The staining is to the right of the tag and slightly below. And we see where it is on both the axle itself, so the wide cylinder portion that's going to support that, and then on the bolt that actually secures that axle to the underside of the vehicle. It's kind of a continuation of that red-brown staining on both of those surfaces.
So when you talk about the bolt, where is the bolt at?
Again, my terminology is not great. Those would be in the shape of a giant, each of those would be in the shape of a giant U that would support the axis. That's correct. So either side of my white tag is a big, like a U-shaped piece of metal that will then bolt that axle to the frame of the vehicle itself.
And you saw then some staining then on both sides of that?
Primarily on the right bolt, so primarily on the right side of the white number tag. But again, we see that it's on both that metal bolt and then on the axle itself, kind of a continuation across both of those surfaces.
And I'm going to advance now to number 9. And what are we looking at here?
Again, this would be that same area, stain we've identified as LV5. Again, slightly different lighting conditions here. But again, we see where there is red-brown staining. The whole underside itself kind of has that rusty, kind of dirty appearance to it. But we see an area that's slightly more red-brown in appearance, and that's more consistent with the red-brown staining of blood staining. And so that's the area we focused on, and I would have collected from this surface.
And I'm going to advance then to the last photo, I believe photo 10.
Yeah, image number 10 from People's Exhibit number 10 is an image of the spare tire on this van. So on this vehicle, the spare tire is actually located on the exterior of the vehicle. On the underside, it's kind of suspended from the bottom of the back of the vehicle. And what we observed is you can kind of see the tread of the tire is pretty apparent through the center of this photo. I have a tag on here that's identified this as stain LV6. And it's actually this grouping or collection of stains that you can see on the tread of the tire. Again, the bottom surface of the tire is visible in the bottom portion of the vehicle. So imagine that hanging off the bottom side. And then you have tread that carries up vertically up into some of the protected recesses underneath that vehicle. And we actually see as there's red-brown staining towards the top of that tire tread. So nearest to the underside of the vehicle, further away from the ground itself, we see that staining continues up that vertical surface. And that portion that was collected from this LV6 is a portion of the red-brown staining that was visible on that tire itself.
And are we still then looking at just the driver's side?
Yeah, again, the tires, because it's larger, it has a little bit more central location, but this surface that it's on, this portion of the tire, is more to the driver's side than it is to the passenger side. Again, consistent with the staining that we've seen from the front of the vehicle as it continues through the bottom side of the vehicle along the driver's half of the vehicle. And then this would be the end of that visible staining that's present.
So tell me if my question is confusing. If I were standing in the back of the van and looking towards the front of the van, were there any stains going that direction?
So it may be possible to visualize a small portion of these stains if you are standing in the back of the van and looking forward, but just the portions that kind of continue from the front-facing surfaces downward. By and large, most of the stains that were visualized were much more visible on the front-facing vertical surfaces of the van. Again, surfaces that I would expect to see if you're standing in the front looking back at different surfaces on the underside as compared to the reverse of standing behind and seeing them forward. Everything appeared to be on the front-facing surfaces, not on the rear-facing surfaces.
It's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 11, and it sounds like we have a stipulation from defense to the admission at this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We'll receive people's 11.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm going to put it up on the screen for everyone to see. And is this your report?
That is correct. This is the laboratory report that our team generated in response to our crime scene response. It's a 3-page report, and it is a fair and accurate copy of our report.
And could you just give just kind of a general overview of what we're looking at in this report?
Yeah, so all of our reports begin with this kind of top header type information, has our laboratory information at the very top, has some case-specific information. It will bear our upper left-hand corner, it has our laboratory number, so all of our laboratory work under this incident will have the same laboratory number. And it has the submitting agency and their complaint number, so Van Buren County Sheriff's Department and what complaint number they're carrying this under. And then beyond that, we detail some of the real basic portions of the report, are kind of background in our crime scene response specific to this activity. So it begins with a basic information that is basically a retelling of how did we receive the request to come and respond. So it was actually received on the 8th of January, and we responded on the 9th of January. The response itself is detailed here, so this will list our personnel that were involved in going to the scene, where we actually arrived at, and when we responded. And then the next section begins at the bottom of the first page, and we'll carry on beyond that, is some of the details of the vehicle itself. So again, this is some of that initial documentation type information that we've collected specific to the van. It's a 1993 Ford Econoline Mark III van, has this license plate, this VIN number, some basic descriptions of the van itself, and then we go into some of the actual observations that were made specific to the red brown staining that is present here.
So if I go to page 2, we see that?
That continues under the top of page 2, again, kind of detailing some of these areas of red brown staining that we've already characterized from the photos, kind of describes them in a little bit more detail. In the middle of page 2 is a chart. We always include this chart for any evidence that we've collected from any crime scene response we go to. So specific to this case, this chart lists the 6 items, LV1 through LV6, that were collected from this vehicle. gives a brief description of where they were discovered from. In this case, they're all red-brown stains from the bottom side of this vehicle, front or the bottom side of this vehicle. Has what date, time it was collected, who it was collected by, and who took it back to the laboratory to submit it for analysis. And in this instance, all of those were collected by myself and then taken back to the lab for further processing by myself. But there's a couple of more specific notes about the documentation itself, just saying that I myself took some measurements of some of the different portions of the stains and the locations. One of my coworkers, another one of our responding members, took some photographs. So he would have taken the photographs that we've seen today. And then finally, a third member did some real basic sketches of the underside of the vehicle. And then the final page has the 3 signatures of there were 4 of us on the team that day. One was an analyst in training. So the 3 responsible parties who were there to make observations on that day are listed here: Kevin Streeter, Troy Kearns, and myself, David Peters.
And I'm going to show you now what's been marked with people's proposed exhibit number 12. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 12 and number 13, if you could look at those.
People's proposed exhibits number 12 and 13, excuse me, are 2 additional laboratory reports that I generated based on laboratory testing or processing that was done, again, back at our laboratory specific to this case.
So those are your reports, no changes or alterations?
That is correct. They are fair and accurate copies.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit people's exhibits 12 and 13 into evidence.
Any objection? Okay, court will receive people's 12 and 13.
Permission to
and will
publish. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 12. If you could just tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So again, this is a laboratory report that I generated specific to the same incident, same laboratory number. In this report, I am doing that initial biology testing in the laboratory or biology processing for those 6 samples that I collected from the vehicle itself. So you'll see that each of the 6 items is listed here as being an item of evidence that was received. Some of the items actually had some testing that I did in the laboratory. Items 1, 3, 5, and 6 are items that I did a little further testing in the laboratory. Items 2 and 4, I did not do any further testing at this time. They didn't end up being forwarded to DNA analysis because I selected other items instead. But it lists each of those items, LV1 through LV6. Specific to LV1, 3, 5, and 6, I performed the same test in the laboratory on each of these items, and in each of these instances, I had the same result. In immunological tests that I have available to me, it's a specific test for a protein that is present in human blood, is a test that I conducted, and in each of these 4 items, it was positive. It indicated the presence of human blood on item LV1, LV3, LV5, and LV6. So those 4 items, I cut a portion of the swab that I collected, and I prepared it in a DNA extraction tube so that it would be ready to go for the next step of DNA analysis testing. So that's the report. Basically, again, lists those 6 items, lists that test result, and then lists that I selected these 4 items to send forward for DNA analysis.
So the specific test result that you did is to determine that is human blood.
That's correct. On scene, I did a little early test to see if it was possibly blood or not on one of the 6 samples. Here, I wanted to follow up with a little stronger test. It's much more specific to human blood and not other types of blood or other things that can give us different results. So I wanted a little more specific test. And in each of these 4 instances, it did indicate that it was human blood.
So at this point, there's no DNA testing. It's just the presence of the human blood.
That's correct.
And then you said that you prepared it then for further testing?
That's correct. In each one of those samples, I collected it originally on the scene. I collected the swab onto 2 cotton tip swabs. We wet them, I'll swab the blood, and it carries over to the swabs. In the laboratory here, I would have cut the cotton portion off of one of those swabs and placed it into a DNA extraction tube. And that's helpful for the DNA analyst because then everything's ready to go. They can just add their chemicals and go through their process. So I did that initial testing to see that it was human blood and then prepared it for that DNA analysis process.
And now I'm going to show you then People's Exhibit 13. And what are we looking at here?
People's Exhibit number 13 is another report that I generated on this same case. It actually, the work was done on the same day. It was just done later in the day. For People's Exhibit number 13, this is where I processed a DNA card was submitted from Todd Stermer. A DNA card is a card that's collected at autopsy. They will take blood at autopsy and they will spot it out onto a card so that blood is dried. And then I'll take a cutting or a portion of that and place it into a tube so that it's ready to go for DNA analysis. This is what's used as a known sample for this case. So the previous report, I sent 4 evidence samples forward, and now I have 1 known sample that will be used as a known profile from this individual and will be used to compare against the evidence samples that were submitted.
And so then you prepared those samples then with the known sample and then the unknown samples from the van, and then those particular samples go then for DNA analysis.
That's correct. They were prepared separately, so 4 evidence samples and then the 1 known. But all of those samples were then forwarded for DNA analysis. Each one's in its own separate tube, each one's sealed separately, and they're ready to be tested by our DNA analyst in this case.
And do you know who the DNA analyst that you forward these to was?
Yes, in this case, that analyst is Ann Hunt, who was a coworker of mine for many years, and she's the one who conducted the testing on this case. Pretty sure I was pretty close to being done with my DNA training at this point, but might not have been quite signed off yet. So these were handed over to an additional analyst for testing.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Let me just make sure I understand some of what you did. Some of the photographs you showed a tire and some blood stains on the tire.
That's correct.
Red-brown stains on the tire, right?
That's correct, yes.
I just want to make sure we're clear. Those were on the spare tire underneath the van.
That is correct. The images that were shown here today with the red-brown staining on the tire, that is the spare tire, again, located on the undersurface of the vehicle, kind of suspended from the bottom side of the vehicle, and they were on that vertical edge, the tread portion of that tire.
There was nothing from the tread portion of the 4 tires, driver front, passenger front, driver rear, passenger rear, on the tread surface themselves, correct?
There was brown staining on the treads of all 4 tires, but it was brown like a mud brown. It was not a brown that would make me have cause to think that it could be red brown that would be more consistent with blood staining. It was much more like a muddy type
Right.
of appearance.
Which, of course, you saw mud on the frame and mud on the tires, right?
That's right.
Right. I noticed that, I want to make sure we are clear about this too. Your report indicates on page 2
of the scene report.
Of the scene report, right?
Yes.
Are you with me? Do you
I
have
don't
it?
have it in front of me, but it's the 3-page People's 11.
Have you reviewed it? Your
I have
report before you
reviewed
came?
it.
All right, I just want to make sure I'm clear. No red-brown stains were noticed on any rearward facing edges of any objects under undercarriage.
That's correct. Again, the staining that was visualized was more on the front facing surfaces of the underside, not the rear facing surfaces.
Which would suggest that when the source of the red-brown stains was struck, the van was going forward.
That would be the suggestion. Again, that would be one possible explanation, is as something is traveling under the van and depositing those stains, it would be traveling and hitting the front-facing surfaces, not the rear-facing surfaces. Again, I wouldn't go much beyond that, but it would be appearance consistent with that appearance.
It's certainly most likely would be consistent with that.
That's correct, yes.
There's nothing that suggested to you that the van was put in reverse and backed up over the source of those red-brown stains, fair?
That's correct. I have no indication of that.
Now, I notice on page 2 that you used a tape measure.
That is correct.
None of your photographs show anything in terms of dimensions of how far inboard these stains were.
That is correct.
Or, frankly, how high the stain was on that lower fascia, right?
So there is some notation in my notes that are not represented in the report, and that would be where I was using the tape measure to, again, measure size of those stains and distribution. I do have notation of that front leading blood staining if you'd like those measurements.
I just want to make sure we're clear. All the measurements were from the front fascia and below.
So the measurements that I have for that LV1, which is that front-facing stain, showed that the staining was approximately 24 inches wide at its widest and would go from the lower portion of that fascia. So the fascia would be up off the ground a bit and continued approximately, I believe it's 5 inches upward from there. So
From the
however
underside.
high that is off the ground, that stain would be approximately 24 wide by approximately 5 inches high on the front surface of the vehicle.
Got it. Which would suggest that the source of the red-brown stain was lying prone on the ground when that source was struck.
We're speculating here. He's just talking about the measurements. that
He took measurements and found the blood, or what he thinks is blood.
Maybe establish if this is even in his area of expertise.
Oh, I'm just going to get right to there right now. You are a chemist, am I right?
I would characterize myself more as a biologist. But yes,
I want to insult you, sir. All right. As a biologist, you are certainly not an accident reconstructionist, right?
That is correct.
You have no specialty in biomechanics.
That is correct.
You have no specialty in injury causation.
I've had some training, but I would not characterize myself as a specialist.
And you certainly wouldn't offer an opinion as to injury causation in this case. Fair?
That's correct, yes. That's
You are apparently not an expert in any type of body kinematics.
That's correct.
You, in terms of any injury causation forces that on impact, you would defer to somebody who was a biomechanics expert or an accident reconstruction person for those, right?
That is correct, yes.
Are you aware, sir, that the medical examiner in this case of the van impact had nothing to do with Todd Stermer's death?
I was.
That's not in evidence, is it?
It is. Dr. Markey just
He
testified.
only testified what could be consistent. He didn't say, and then he said his cause of death was from the inhalation of the fire, but the injuries were then consistent with being hit by a van. So I think we're
The question, Your Honor,
Rephrase the question.
was you are not aware that the medical examiner said that the impact with the van had nothing to do with the injuries that caused Mr. Stermer's death.
Again, Your Honor,
I'm going to sustain that objection. I think it's a bit confusing.
You don't know the cause of this fire, do you?
I do not have any information related.
No information on where the fire started, am I right?
I do not have any information related to that.
Nothing more at this time. Thank you.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have questions of him? I definitely have hands going up. Questions from the jury, no objection from counsel. Did you test anything inside the driver's area for fluid or blood?
No, we did some basic observation on the interior of the vehicle, but there were no stains of interest, no areas that piqued our interest, so no additional testing was conducted inside the vehicle itself.
Is it ever positive, is it ever possible, I'm getting better at this juror's handwriting, but is it ever possible where false positives occur in testing?
Yeah, certainly when we talk about the biological screening testing that is available to me, we have a number of different tests that are available. Some of them are potentially have more false positives than others. That's part of our training, is to learn to identify some of those scenarios. For example, the underside of a vehicle frequently has a lot of rust. And rust is known to cause issues with some of the testing that we do. So specific to this vehicle, I chose not to do that test on the rusty areas because of that. When we come in terms of the laboratory tests, or the test that I did in the laboratory, the immunological test, really the only known false positives there are known to be blood from, it'll react positive with blood from humans. It'll react positive with blood from upper primates, so orangutans, gorillas that might be running loose. And then finally, ferret blood. For whatever reason, that protein that's present in ferret blood can also give a false positive. That's why we kind of take those tests with a grain of salt and understand that the DNA analysis portion is really ultimately the best test that I have. And that will be truly a good gauge as to whether that's a human blood stain or not, if we get a good DNA profile from that sample.
Thank you. And this, I think you answered this pretty much. Was the inside of the van checked for any blood or fluid?
Yeah, again, we did a very precursory look. We did examine the interior of the van. There were no stains of interest that required us to look a whole lot further. So no additional testing on the inside of the van.
Thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of the questions and answers? Other than where might be the orangutans that are on the loose?
So when you say you checked and there were no stains or areas of interest in the inside, did you also look at the steering wheel?
Yeah, and we looked at kind of the standard components of steering wheel, seats, flooring, all of the kind of immediate areas you would be in, definitely in the vicinity of whoever may have been driving that vehicle, but also through the middle and the rear portions of the vehicle, there was other kind of normal standard stuff that you had in your car. We observed kind of that stuff to be sure there was nothing that was any large glaring stains that were present. And again, no observations were made within of any red brown staining within the interior of the vehicle.
And how about door handles, both interior and exterior?
Door handles we would have examined too as a part of that process and didn't observe any stain.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mueller?
Thank you. You are trained to have a keen eye looking for these red-brown stains that might be blood.
That is right.
All right. So in your examination of the driver's side interior of the van, you didn't just stick your head in, I don't see anything, and leave.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
I don't mean to be facetious, but you're a scientist.
That's correct.
All right. So you didn't find anything on the driver's side inside, am I right?
That is correct.
You didn't find anything that piqued your interest on the passenger side.
On the interior of the vehicle, no, that's correct.
You didn't find anything in the rear on all that stuff.
That's
that
correct.
Piqued your interest, and had anything piqued your interest, you would have taken a sample.
I would have at least followed up with some kind of testing at the scene and potentially collect a sample. And I did not in this case.
Thank you.
Ms. Ivey?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any other questions? No questions. May he be excused from subpoena, counsel?
I would ask that he please be excused, Your Honor.
Agreed, Mr. Mueller? Okay. Thank you, sir. You're all
Thank you.
done. Sir, do you mind handing me those? Thank you. Okay, we'll take our afternoon break at this time, jury. About 15 minutes again. Remember the rules.
two lab personnel downstairs that I'd really like to try to get it done today. So we have Ann Hunt, who is going to do the DNA analysis testifying. And then we have Troy Ernst. And so those would be the last two witnesses for the day. So I just wanted to inform the court of where we were at.
Okay, we I think I have a hearing at 4:45. Yeah, we have a 4:30 hearing.
And Troy Ernst.
We have a 4:30 hearing, but we're going to tell them 4:45, so hopefully we can.
We should wrap those two.
Yeah, I think that's a realistic goal, depending on defense. So I just learned with the court that I was just going to try to get those two people in, and if we can do that, then everybody else I can shift in, so we'll be on track.
Okay. Efficiency is the key to
Yes, Your Honor.
success. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back when they get back. Thanks for being here with me. This is Amy. This is Parawomenradio. Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps us go out into the algorithm. Party out there and bring more people back. It's just a free way to help me out, and it's really, really appreciated. Welcome to the Highly Strange Days podcast on the Parawomen Radio Network. How is everyone doing? I'm Amy. So is
Carefully strumming this old guitar, birds rolling out into the fire. Never ask why my heart burned blue.
be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps me go out into the algorithm, party out there. Bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help me.
Here in the darkness, I hear my cue. Time to find some solitude. Here where my soul bleeds openly, deep in the heart